Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you came because of the conference, come to sit. We are ready to start. Okay, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be more people coming later on, but let's start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Prague, and welcome to the conference, which is called Affordable and Quality Housing for All. And it's organized by Architects Council of Europe with support of Czech Chamber of Architects. My name is Adam Gebrian, and I should be a moderator of this entire day, which is going to be pretty long with a series of presentations. And basically, my main role is to keep time. Yeah? So let's make sure that we can make it. And this whole event has been founded, or let's say has been supported by European Union and by its program, Creative Europe. So thank you for that. And of course, it's been also made possible because of our partners, which you can see in here, and also our media partners. That's, everything is going to be set in here, could be also, discussed somewhere else, not only in this space. For everyone who's coming now, please come closer and sit. There's plenty of spaces that you can sit. There's a pretty big screen, but I think it's good to be at the beginning in the front part of this hall because you could see much better. Okay, can we go next? Couple of technical issues. All of you should have this. That's actually quite important. Because if you turn it on the other side, and there's no your name, but on the other side there are two QR codes, and I suggest you use them. One of them you can use that once you're going to click on that, you're going to see the program for today, which altered a bit in relation to what was said before. Unfortunately, I have bad news for you. Miroslav Šik, the architect from Czech and Switzerland that we've been very looking forward, can't make it today because he's sick, and we had to reshuffle the program a bit, but we use it that we dedicated a bit more time to certain presentations so they don't have to be in a hurry. So, you better check the program because also the time schedule changed a bit. And there's also another QR code, which is so-called Slido, and the Slido is a tool which could be used for questions. So during the presentations, if you see something interesting, you can click on that and you can put your question on that. I have only one warning that we can't take these questions at the beginning, but we have to make it at the end. After the panel 3 and panel 4, we have more time to discuss. At the beginning, it's more of the presentation. This also goes for people who follow us online. For those of you who are not here, you can also use Slido and ask questions. If you want to share your ideas later on social media, please use the hashtag, which is called Affordable Housing for All 2025. That's a very simple tool how we can put together the opinions, ideas, information, and later on you can easily find it. This is the original program, or this is the program that's really put in place. So we're going to start with introductory presentations. I asked all our panelists to be really brief, and I'm looking forward to how they're going to make it. So we're going to start with that very soon. Please, just technical thing, you can walk around, you can go underneath, it's all connected in here. And my advice, if you feel you would like to come closer, I think you can even move your chair, use this bit informally, just make sure that, you see what you came to see. So I'll start. Let's start with Jan Kassel, who is an architect, but also a president of Czech Chamber of Architects, and it's basically our host in this place. So I'm going to invite him to the microphone, and he's going to deliver her first speech.
Thank you, timekeeper, Adam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues. Welcome to Prague, welcome to Prague Castle, and welcome to the conference Affordable and quality housing for all. It's a great honor and personal pleasure to welcome you here today as a host, as a president of Czech Chamber of Architects, who came with the crazy idea to organize General Assembly of ACE in Prague. And always conference is part of programs of General Assemblies. We are joined by architects, planners, researchers, educators, policymakers, developers, public officials, and representatives of European and Czech authorities. I'm especially pleased to welcome Petr Kulhánek, the Minister for Regional Development of Czech Republic, Karel Beckstrand, President of Architects Council of Europe, representatives of European Parliament and European Commission, and all distinguished guests and speakers, main speakers, who will be contributing throughout the day. Thank you for being with us. Housing is not just a market. It's a basic human need, it's a public good, and a foundation of dignity and social cohesion. Homes and neighborhoods shape our lives, our communities, and our economies, and ultimately, mainly at present times, our democracies. Across Europe, we face similar challenges: rising costs, demographic change, pressure on public budgets, climate adaptation, and the demand for greater social cohesion, resilience, and dignity in everyday living conditions. But we as architects also have shared strengths. We have tradition, expertise, creativity, and the ability to learn from one another. And above all, we share a conviction that affordability must never compromise quality. Quality is not a luxury. Quality is efficiency, sustainability, long-term value and well-being, complying with new European Bauhaus ideas. It is a culture and social fabric of healthy Europe. Today, we will look back and we will look forward. We will revisit historical lessons and contemporary models. We will explore policy, finance, planning, architecture, and design. We will discuss reuse before demolition, innovative building methods, and participatory processes as central tools for better living in future. Our goal is not only to exchange ideas, but to turn shared understanding to shared progress. So this conference will culminate with Prague Declaration, a call to place the right to adequate housing at the heart of public policy, to prioritize renovation and reuse, to ensure design quality, and to support innovation, data, and digital tools. It is a declaration for coordinated, ambitious, and responsible action, uniting policymakers, architects, professionals in our profession, and civil society, delivering affordable, sustainable, and high-quality homes for all. I encourage you to participate actively, challenge assumptions, connect across disciplines and borders. Solutions must be systemic, and they must be collective. Together we can help shape a future where every citizen has access to decent house, and not only decent, but good housing, healthy, beautiful, resilient, and rooted in the community. Finally, this evening, we will gather, and I believe that everybody of participants will be coming for 10th Gala Evening of Czech Architecture Award, a celebration of architecture excellence and a reminder that quality is possible, that it exists already, and that it inspires us toward a better future. Thank you once again for being here. I wish you an inspiring day and dialogue, discovery, and collaboration. So let's begin. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, because we are all, let me allow just a couple of more technical information. For Wi-Fi, you have a name in here, you have a password on that paper, and most important, and I forget about it, and I apologize, we have interpretation to different languages, to English, French, and Czech, so you can follow like the channels, and if you have any difficulties, please go to the technical support and they're going to help you. So I apologize to interpreters. Without them, I think it would be extremely difficult. So thank you for that. Next one is going to be Karl Beckstrand, the president of ACE, Architects Council of Europe, the organizer of this conference. So Karl, please come and say to the audience what you want to say.
Thank you, Adam. So good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, it's a real pleasure to be here today. I'm delighted that the Architects Council of Europe, supported by Creative Europe, is co-organizing this conference together with the Czech Chamber, and a very special thanks to President Jan Kassel for hosting us here in beautiful Prague. Housing, let's be clear, it's not just about buildings. It's a fundamental part of how we live our lives, how our city grow, and how our countries and regions develop. Just a few weeks ago, in September, the EU High-Level Summit on Affordable Housing took place in Copenhagen. It brought together stakeholders from across Europe, ministries, housing authorities, mayors, financial institutions, real estate companies, contractors, NGOs, consultants, and yes, architects. As one of the architects present, I walked away with a few important reflections. First, we need to collaborate more, and we need to innovate better, while keeping quality at the heart of affordable and sustainable housing. Second, the next generation was missing. Young voices were not at the table. And here, we as architects must take the lead, bringing their perspective into the core of the discussion. And thirdly, we can share experiences, best practice, lessons learned, because together we are stronger. And how do we do that? Through collaboration, across borders, across disciplines, and across sectors. That's how we make a difference. Europe is diverse, and that diversity is an opportunity to innovate even more. And we as architects, with our holistic approach, we are well positioned to take a lead. Today, we will later present and discuss the Prague Declaration, the result of dedicated work by ACE Urban and Housing Transformation Working Group. A special thanks to Chair Eugene Panesco and Vice Chair Corinne Girard-Young for their expertise. And of course, to the Czech Chamber and Housing Europe for your truly strong partnership. And with joint effort, we have brought together our best professional knowledge, experience, and commitment to address one of Europe's most pressing challenges: affordable and quality housing for all. The Prague Declaration is more than words. It's a collective statement of responsibility, a call for action linking architecture, policy, and society. Because let's be honest, a declaration without action has no value. That's why today is not the end of a process, it's a beginning of implementation. Beyond this conference, the declaration becomes our tool for advocacy, to engage European institutions and stakeholders in driving real, lasting change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karl. And I'm going to invite Petr Kulhánek, who is the Minister of Regional Development of Czech Republic. And I'm really glad that he's in here, because it's not just architects talking to architects, but also people who've got really responsibility.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by saying I am personally very pleased that we, together with the Ministry for Regional Development have been able to sponsor this conference and support it with our personal participation. At the Ministry, we focus closely on the area of housing affordability, and today we no longer need to convince anyone that this is one of the most serious social issues in the Czech Republic. I'm glad that the Czech Chamber of Architects and at the European level, the Architects' Council of Europe also perceive this issue as urgent. We know from many independent experts, the National Economic Council and international institutions such as the OECD and the European Investment Bank, that there is no single panacea that will solve the situation. On the contrary, we need a comprehensive set of many interrelated measures. That is why in 2022, under my predecessor, the Minister for Regional Development began assembling a new team of experts and work on ambitious national affordable housing policy. I will not delve into details now, yet allow me to outline some of the main principles that guided us in this process. At the heart of the new housing policy is the goal of restarting the massive construction of affordable rental housing. To this end, the Ministry pushed through a legislative definition of affordable rental housing based on proven principles from abroad and negotiated a notification with the European Commission that allows us to provide financial support for this segment from the state. We have also focused on providing systematic support to investors in affordable rental housing, for example, municipalities and others as well. A new subsidy program was created for local governments to finance the preparation of new projects, and at the same time, a new network of advisory centers was established under the State Investment Support Fund to help municipalities prepare projects, from identifying suitable locations for construction to securing financing and building permits. From the outset, the aim has been not only to prepare projects quickly and wherever they are needed, but also to ensure that they are of high quality and sustainable in terms of energy efficiency and also in terms of urban planning and architecture. Our flagship affordable housing support initiative are the financial instruments whose implementation started in the fall 2024. These will complement the project preparation support, and I am very pleased that in the first year since the launch of these financial instruments, we are seeing enormous interest in the construction of affordable housing. Municipalities and other entities have submitted applications for more than 20 billion crowns. However, as I mentioned at the outset, no single measure, no matter how successful, will be enough. In addition to public support for affordable housing, we have therefore pushed through a Housing Support Act. From 2026 onwards, it will begin to help the most vulnerable groups of households, such as single mothers with small children, seniors living alone, and people living in substandard conditions. And let me briefly mention one more area. In some European countries, non-profit and limited profit housing providers have been operating reliably for decades. These are housing companies that not only provide stable housing for lower income households, but also significantly cultivate and stabilize the housing market, increase the average quality of the housing stock, and come up with fundamental innovations, as demonstrated by a number of architectural awards that have gone to projects by non-profit and limited profit housing providers in recent years. This sector is currently completely absent in the Czech Republic. Therefore, our ministry has set itself the goal of preparing a legislative framework and a comprehensive system of financial and professional support for such limited profit housing providers. I sincerely hope that this initiative will be successfully completed and that in a few years' time, the limited profit housing provider sector will be providing thousands of affordable, high-quality homes to households in need. Because housing must be both affordable and of high quality. Enjoy the conference and thank you for your attention.
Next one should be Andreas Schieder from European Parliament from Austria, but unfortunately he can't be here today with us, but he sent a video and we're gonna play the video.
More and more families are complaining that they cannot afford their homes anymore. All over Europe, housing is a major problem. The cost, but also the availability of affordable and quality housing. And therefore, this is an issue where politics have to act. We have to analyze what is going wrong in the markets and to find solutions which at the end will help people to get those what they need, a roof over their head. And I think it is important to make clear, affordable housing must be the first option for young families and not social housing the end of a chain of disappointment. And what can be the European answers on this issue? Of course, housing is a national responsibility. And of course, there are cities and regions which have to take care about the housing issue. It is cities and regions who have to run non-profit housing cooperatives. It's cities and regions which have to dedicate land to affordable housing. But the European level has also a role to play. If it is the cohesion money which can support and boost the affordable housing project, or if it is a new regulation which helps that the disbalance between short-term rental touristic use and the everyday use of a housing situation is rebalanced and short-term rentals are regulated so that cities are again livable for those which are living in the cities. And it's about state aid rules, which at the end should allow that every city, every state, every region who is starting affordable housing project is not hindered by state aid rules, but is allowed to invest in this, what people need, affordable housing for all. And there we see, on European level, there is much things to do, and also we have to do a lot of things at home in our cities and regions. And if we work together, we can solve the housing crisis and allow that everybody, if he's owning or renting, has a secure, affordable, and also quality home, which is quality-wise in the way how it is built, but also quality in the question of architecture and sustainable in the question of how much it costs in energy terms. This is what we are working on, and I think we have a lot of things to do, but we also have a plan. The House Committee in the European Parliament has now, since the last months, done a tremendous work in hours of hearings with a lot of experts from the different sectors, from tenants to architects, from industry to sustainability experts. Every detail counts, and it is important to work on this. Now in the Parliament, we are trying to put this expertise into a report which will guide us also in a better future of affordable housing. And of course, it is important that major stakeholders also have a say on this. And especially architecture plays a major role. If it is from public procurement until the question of which materials are used for which kind of housing. And of course, new materials can play also a major impact. Also when it comes to feel cozy in the house, but also when it comes to the question of CO2 neutrality. I want to thank ACE and the architects for this tremendous work to be done, and I'm very happy that we had this cooperation and exchange of ideas on this, and I wish you and Daniel Fügenschuh in this conference all the best.
As the next one, I'm going to ask Jan Schneider from the Ministry of Regional Development that's going to deliver a short presentation. He's a Director of Strategies and Analysis of Regional and Housing Policies of the Ministry of Regional Development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having us and inviting us. It's a first for me to be speaking in a panel after my boss, so I have to watch out. Now, to start off before the presentation, I want to say that, especially listening to the words of Minister Kulhánek, the team on housing in the Ministry of Regional Development, with of course other partners and with support of our organizations, has managed to go a pretty long way in the past few years. But from the, let's say, phase of the project, we've drawn the plans and we are now laying the foundations, and it's going to be quite a road ahead to actually complete the building. And one of the things that I would like to talk about now is one of the building blocks, which is the limited profit housing corporations and associations, which we believe is one of the keys and our top legislative priority for the next 4 years, because we started with the subsidized projects and subsidized programs and aimed it mainly at municipalities because we had nothing else. But as we can see from other countries, this is a needed building block. It's there. Just a few numbers to start off. This is from a study we have been doing with, in cooperation with EIB Advisory and with Ernst Young, which says that, which mapped the number of households which are spending more than 35% of their income on rental housing. You can see that in Prague this goes quite high, so even people in the 7th earning income decile are in need of such support. Altogether, this study showed that there are around 380,000 households in the Czech Republic that are in need of affordable rental housing. And just a fun fact: the number which they figured out is needed in amount of cash to fill this problem is 2,000 billion Czech crowns. In spite of that, our stock of affordable rental housing has been steadily dropping because following the end of the communist era, there was a massive wave of privatization and selling off municipal housing. So instead of the affordable housing stock going up, it's actually going down, as you can see by these numbers, even though the general housing stock is going up. And in terms of where we stand as the Czech Republic in comparison with the EU and with other countries, you can see that we have quite a lot of work to do. We've also, apart from EIB, cooperated with OECD, and they had a few recommendations, some on urban planning, some on our tax system, but one part of this recommendation was to introduce limited profit and non-for-profit housing providers. So we are working on that. And the benefits, and I'm sure for most of you, because these systems work in Western Europe countries, where we are of course looking for good practice examples, know the advantages, but especially in Austria, where this system is very, let's say, wide and thorough, the studies show that an increase of 10% in the share of affordable housing apartments managed by those limited profit housing associations leads to a reduction of commercial rent by, well, a few cents, but that's in general quite a decrease for the rest, and it also increases the quality and of rental housing in general. So the main characteristics which we have now said, because we are in the let's say analysis and general framework set of these definitions, is that these organizations will have a specific legal status. They can be founded by public or private entities, so both for municipalities, for employers, and for others. And it's a platform for all sorts of cooperations and also for long-term finance, revolving finance. This is to be aimed at as the minister said, we've defined the target group of affordable housing, so anybody in the 1 to 8 decile, and of course there will be a limit on how much profit it can be brought from that, and what the rent should be like. There should be 2 types. One is cooperatives and the other is rental associations, especially the rental associations, as we see from foreign examples, is where a lot can happen. And just to end off, because my time is already ticked, because we are talking here not only about affordable but also about quality housing, I want to show 2 examples. One is this from Barcelona and another from Vienna, of affordable housing projects, to show that affordable housing can be nice, it can be quality, and it's an opportunity for architects and for good urban development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Daniel Ryšavka to deliver his speech. He's a director of a Czech State Investment Promotion Fund, and he's got a long-term experience with public funding for housing and affordable housing.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I will shortly present what we are building up like a system together with the Ministry of Regional Development and in cooperation with the Ministry of Finance and also with the Czech National Association, including Association of Architects. And state fund promoting investments is on the 3 pillars. We are providing financing, advisory and expertise, and our main client, what I call it, such is municipality. You know that we have 6,200 municipalities in the Czech Republic, so it's not easy job, but we are trying the best to be in contact with them and to try to link their local needs, what they experience on a daily basis, and transform it into the instruments that we try to bring on the ground. We aim, and we play already this role, to be for them the one-stop shop. It means we work with them since the purchasing land, how to operate on that, how to put technical infrastructure, how to do public procurement, till the construction. So it's a long process, and we realized that only injecting money into the system is not the only thing. You have to help the mayors how to prepare the projects. Because, for example, Prague is a huge amount of specialists, but small municipalities, they don't have it. So we are accompanying them, and we are their partner on that pathway. And we are doing so already for 25 years. The program that Minister has mentioned, and which is very successful, and we launched it a year ago, is a program of affordable housing, which apply for construction, reconstruction, or purchase of the apartments, and is based on the cost rental scheme. It was mentioned that we did a notification, the first one in Czech Republic since we entered the EU, and we provide subsidy, like to attract the mayors, but also we provide the beneficial loan, which helps cover the rental system and provide the cash flow, which is very important to think in economic terms as well. And the targeted group is the first-line professions, like nurses, teachers, policemen, also public up to the 8th decile, young families, young people below 35 years, but we include also senior people because they are included to the 8th decile. So the range is quite broad. It's up to the mayors how to structure the population into the housing. And we used the Recovery and Resilience Facility to this aim. We coupled it with the grant, we did the loan. It's very successful, as the minister mentioned, is too much successful because we have already applications for €1 billion. So that's how to move forward, because the system is set up and we have to be transparent and do a long-term system. But first pillar, financing. Second pillar, advisory. I will just say that we created a network of local advisors. It was project managers, economists, technical advisors, and the aim is to turn the visions of mayors into the reality. We call it Municipality On. And we covered all the Czech Republic, tens of consultations every day, and we speak with the mayors about urban economy, how to plan, how to use finance on a structured way, and how to invest in a sustainable way. And you can see the amount of projects that we collected around the country, which is growing every day. And the third pillar is Housing Investment Advisory Hub. And the Czech National Association of Architects, a very valuable member, because we are set up a platform which is providing to the ministry and to the government and insights how to develop a Czech housing system around three main pillars: urban economy, financial instruments, and the very important trust between public and private sector. You see that we also do some events that are our milestones, and the big milestones will come next week. It will be a big housing finance conference that we co-organize with Housing Europe, that we became a member. This is what we do. I will stop here, but I will be happy to answer your question, or you can also contact us if you have any additional question. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the last one in this introductory part is Dalibor Hlaváček, the architect and also newly elected dean for the second term in Prague Technical University Faculty of Architecture.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's an honor to welcome you here in such a great space for a conference that addresses one of the most urgent challenges of our time. I would like to extend warm greetings from Roberto Cavallo, the president of the European Association for Architecture Education. The purpose of the association is to advance quality of architectural education and also to promote the quality of architecture in Europe, bringing together more than 140 schools of architecture across the continent. Roberto sends his sincere appreciation for the Architects' Council of Europe and the Czech Chamber of Architects for organizing this great event and for the strong collaborative relationship that EAAE and ACE have established as representatives of the academic and the professional fields. Together, these two organizations share a deep commitment to nurture and care for the next generation of professionals, architects and planners who will design the future of our built environment. We, as the Faculty of Architecture of the Czech Technical University in Prague, are a long-standing and proud member of EAE, and we share the belief that architecture education is not only about transferring knowledge and skills, but about shaping values that help us to respond to the complex realities of this time. This includes the housing crisis, which is not only about the lack of the roof, as was said today, but also about belonging, about dignity, about the right to a meaningful and sustainable life. Across Europe, rising costs, declining quality, and the environmental burden of existing buildings remind us that we face a challenge which is not only ecological, it's also social, economic, and cultural. Within the European Association of Architecture Education, we have recently reaffirmed our responsibility to address these challenges. We adopted the EAAE Oslo Pledge for Climate Crisis and Sustainable Future, committing our schools to integrate sustainability, social equity, and climate awareness into every aspect of architecture education and research. This commitment, to my belief, directly connects to this conference because housing seen through this lens becomes the foundation for fair and sustainable future. Let us use this day not only to share knowledge, but also to strengthen our shared commitment to a Europe where everyone has access to housing that is both affordable and of quality. Thank you for ACE and to the Czech Chamber of Architects for organizing this. Thank you all for being here and have a great and wonderful day. Thank you.
So my thanks to all the speakers, and I'm going to ask you probably to leave the podium. The major reason is that you would be able to see better the next presentation, because it's a presentation of a, let's say, keynote speak by Sabine Polak. Sabine just going to come and show her presentation, but I want to introduce her a bit. She's an architect, practicing architect, running her own practice together with her partner Roland Kelp. I think he's in here, I believe. Okay. And to all of you, I would like to say that Sabine is a curator of Austrian Pavilion in Venice Biennale. She's going to present that today also. But that pavilion you can still visit because the Venice Biennale ends 23rd of November. So you don't have much time, but still you've got 10 more days to go to Venice. And it makes sense always to go to Venice. And if you go, then you can really see a beautiful pavilion and presentation about the topic we're going to discuss today. So please, Sabine, come and the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much for the invitation to this, I guess, beautiful day and this so important topic. I come from Vienna, from the city of affordable and quality housing, somehow. I share there, as Adam said, an office together with Roland Köp, and we are mainly involved into building social, affordable, funded housing projects over there, which is not always easy, but I think the most interesting thing to do. In the background, you definitely do not see a social housing. You see the Austrian Pavilion at the Biennale in Venice. I want, it was the baby somehow of the last 2 years. I was there the curator together with 2 other persons, Michael Obrist and Lorenzo Romito, and we did there the project Agency for Better Living, which is exactly addressing the topic that this conference here today is about. I do not really want to present the pavilion, but I want to focus on one specific topic, which is a period of a very experimental housing projects done in Vienna. And I want to question or to ask the question, is it still possible to make experiments like that, and what could these future experiments possibly be? So our topic in the pavilion was the housing crisis. We recognized there is a housing crisis in a lot of European and worldwide cities. There's a housing crisis going on together with the gentrification of the cities, speculation of the ground and the buildings, and inflation in a lot of cities. There are ongoing wars very close to us. The costs of daily life go up every day almost. Unemployment is going around. There's a lot of isolation of people in big cities, loneliness, over-tourism is taking place, and this all together with increasing rents. So how can we still afford that? We cannot. It was already said here. So just a glimpse on the pavilion, on the Agency for Better Living, and our main question that we were asking in the pavilion was, how do we want to live together in future, with maybe the point on together, and what would be a better living for all? In this project, we recognize the question of the housing crisis is so difficult and so big, we cannot solve it only, for instance, through showing Vienna and how the system of Vienna works. We thought it would be good to have a double view, a learning from somebody else. And so we said, okay, let's show two systems, two cities, and this the city, on the one side, the city of Vienna, the system of Vienna, which is the top-down model, where the city of Vienna is a kind of caretaking city, offering affordable housing for everyone. On the other side, we showed Rome, where the city of Rome is not offering any affordable housing, but there are a lot of self-organized projects in occupied houses, and they work in a very interesting way. So these two systems we somehow brought together in the pavilion and discussed, could it be, if we overlay these two both, could this be a model for the future? On the one side, the welfare city and the welfare state. On the other side, a very active civil society taking care about themselves, having a lot of social aspects in the way how they live together. You see here the cover of the Ach Plus. This was the publication that we were doing. It was a special issue of Ach Plus. You can still buy it. No? Where do I have to push or to hold it? Yeah. So here the entrance to the pavilion. But let me focus on the system of Vienna. You see here the big map of Vienna showing only those housing projects, affordable housing projects owned by the city of Vienna. If you would add all the housing projects of the cooperatives, also funded project, then the map would be full red probably. So what you see here is really interesting. There are 220,000 municipal apartments still, so Vienna is maybe the biggest housekeeper of Europe. And they are distributed over the whole area of the city. So there's no area where we say this is social housing, this is the richer housing. No, this was always a strategy. Let's distribute it over the whole city so that there is no danger that ghettoisierung could take place. So on the whole, 77% of the people in Vienna live in rentable houses, and they live in rented apartments, which is a lot for a European city. And Vienna is growing a lot. It's one of the most rapidly growing cities in Europe, so that this still happens is somehow really a big effort of the city. And a lot of them live in a apartment where the rent is not more than 7.90 euros, which is really cheap. But let's have a look how it started. You see here a photo of 1919 in a very poor epoch where people were, there was so much poverty after the war that people started to make these wild settlements in the periphery of Vienna. So Vienna recognized they had to do something, so they did a very clever thing. They invented a luxury tax and gained a lot of money with a very elaborated way of luxury tax, a thing that we discussed today again. Is it possible to create that? And with the money, they bought a lot of land. They started a big social program, a big housing program, healthcare, education, and all that together in the so-called superblock. The superblock still is somehow a role model of a really amazing working combination of good living, housing, and a whole range of common facilities. So you see here the different imprints of the superblocks in Vienna. In the middle, the long, thin one is the famous Karl Marxhof. So within these very thin imprints, there were huge parks, and in the parks there were all these common facilities like a restaurant, a central laundry, health center, library, sports hall, and so on, up to a theater or a summer bath. So just two examples, the more than 1 kilometer long Karl Marxhof by Karl Ehn from the 1930s with 1,400 apartments, or the Reumannhof from 1923 with 430 apartments. In the exhibition, we call them the palaces of emancipation. I mean, you see the architecture, it reminds on a palace even, and emancipation because people were able to have a good apartment with the new hygiene standards. They were able to have a paid productive work, and when they came home, they even could have some social life within the housing project. So Vienna is the caring city. You see here one of the summer baths integrated in the St. Leitenhof within a housing complex, a huge bath, still working very well. So Vienna is this kind of caring city. We love it, the system, a lot, but we have a lot of questions. This is also why we looked at Rome and why we try to get some other ideas from another city. So right now, there are already 33% singles living in Vienna, and the number is increasing all the time. There will be a lot more of migration, and there will be many more cultures. We are not so good right now in dealing with that, so there will be a big question, how will we deal with all these cultures? How can we use it in a positive, in a good way? Isolation is increasing, poverty, single parenting is the normal model. The family is not existing almost anymore, the traditional family. There still is a lot of unpaid care work and or very bad paid care work. Climate changes are taking place. Some of the elder apartments of the 1950s, 60s or 70s, they almost get 40 degrees in the summer. And there is the need of new typologies beyond families. And this is maybe where I want to have a look in these possible typologies beyond families. So these are the questions that we asked through our research in the last year. So what do we mean with affordability? Is it just the price of the rent that we have to pay? Or can we put other things also in account? Can we put in account that we might share some common facilities or have some other possible things that we can use or share or whatever? So the abilities that you can put in account, for instance. Is it just about money, or is it about the way how we live in a good way together? So the model number 1 that I want to show is the model 1 kitchen. You see here a diagram that we created for the pavilion. It shows how the spaces of liberation, some spaces of liberation, how we called it, were developed in Vienna. It's all about sexuality, body, gender topics, and identity. So maybe it starts in 1900 with Sigmund Freud, when he invented, or he wrote these essays on sexuality. It was the first time that you could openly discuss about sexuality, and it ends maybe in the 1990s, it ends today, but in the 1990s, gender planning was implemented in the planning department of Vienna. So it was one of the first cities where it became a planning tool. Extremely important because it made the whole life of the city better somehow. So not only for women, not only for women with children, but it really changed the way how the public space, for instance, could be used. So I want to focus on one of the projects right after Sigmund Freud that was developed in Vienna, and this was the so-called One-Kitchen-House, Heimhof. I mean, there were a lot of one-kitchen-houses taking place or have been developed in the between 1920 and 1930 all over Europe, also in the USA. Also here you have a good history of Karel Teige, who made this kind of similar projects. But in Vienna it was very interesting. It was a big project and done within this whole normal development of Red Vienna. So it was the most radical experiment and at least existing for more than 10 years. It was initiated 1911 by a woman, Auguste Fickert, and then the architecture done in 2 different phases by Otto Pollack-Helwig and Karl Witzmann. You see here one of the apartments, the smaller apartment. It is about 27 square meters, very small, very tiny. It had no kitchen, so finally there were 246 apartments without any private kitchen, but there was a big restaurant-like kitchen in the ground floor. So this is one of these famous photos where you see this common kitchen or central kitchen. There are, again, women working in the kitchen, but the big difference is that these women are paid for this work. So the typology of the One Kitchen House was an extremely liberating typology, liberating women from housework and offering them a possibility to take part of social life and to take part of the paid productive work. So the One Kitchen House Heimhof, it had a central kitchen. It was also in technical things very elaborated. It had, for instance, a dumbwaiter where you could order with the telephone to get the meal up to with an elevator up to the apartment. It had a central vacuum cleaner, a common library, a roof terrace, a kindergarten, a common laundry, a kitchen staff, laundry staff, cleaning staff, and paid care work. So if you compare it to nowadays, housing, it's really a very, very radical moment in housing history. There's a very nice advertisement film of this period of the 1920s, which shows in the beginning a small family, 2 children living in a normal apartment, and the woman gets crazy about all the homework that she has to do, and she has no time for anything. And then they move in the apartment in the One Kitchen Home, so everything is solved at the moment. And even when the man comes home from productive work, it's still about traditional roles, but it's better. He even plays with the children. Wow, what a difference. So, but it was liberating women. They had gaining time for leisure, for social life, and for productive paid work. So she is now ordering the lunch. They are preparing it in the kitchen. She is getting it through the elevator, and the children then go again to the roof terrace, to the kindergarten and the school group. And the productive work can be done, and she is paid. The model was obviously too subversive for male power, so through Austrofascism it was closed and then rebuilt into normal apartments. So in my research I did a lot, I was thinking a lot about possible future strategies in housing, possible new practices of privacy. I'm convinced that we have to change our way how we live together in our private rooms, and then we can change everything. Let me show very quickly a case study that we did in our office in Vienna. It's a kind of a living model for with solidarity. It's a woman housing project called Rosa Donaustadt in the north of Vienna. It's 40 apartments for women with a lot of common spaces. And these 40 apartments, the whole project was developed together with the woman. It's inside of the normal subsidized housing program, social housing program, but developed in a very long process together with these women. And what you see here is not the section through the living rooms of the private apartments, it's a section through the corridor, the infrastructure of the whole project. So the corridor becomes the core of the project. We asked the woman, how do you want to live together in future? And the answer was, do we need a private kitchen in our apartment? Yes, we do need it. They wanted it. Okay. Do we need a living room? No. So we said, okay, then we do housing without traditional living room, but with a big kitchen. A children's playroom, they said no. We want that the whole house becomes a playground for children. And this is how this corridor can be used. Of course, fire regulations are the hell, and you have to remove everything after using it, but it can be used temporarily in that way. So what is the difference to a normal project? The difference, not the difference, but it needed a very rational structure. It has this very wide, 3 meter wide inner corridor or inner street. There are no private living rooms, open kitchen. It creates more, or it makes sure that everybody cooks, not only the woman of the family. There are neutral private rooms, so no hierarchy between children and adults. And there are a lot of common spaces, a common living room, a common kitchen, a library, workshop, sauna, a laundry, and a roof terrace. So here you see the orange zone, the corridor is the important zone. The corridor in its empty state and then used for a common breakfast or as a flea market party and gallery space. The common kitchen and living room connected to the terrace occupied by children, the common office, library, feminist library, and then the roof terrace. The best place in the house is not for the penthouse, it's for the common laundry. So private spaces can be very small if they are connected to common spaces. That's the result of the whole project. So the thesis number 1 would be, if you remove one room in each apartment, like the living room, you win multiple common spaces. The model number 2 is the one house model. This is a project of the 1970s, finished in 1985, the so-called Wohnpark Alt-Erla, a huge kind of megastructure project, more than 3,000 apartments in the south of Vienna. In other cities, such a project would have become immediately a problem. In Vienna, it worked quite well from the beginning on. This is the famous, one of the reasons why it worked so well. It had swimming pools on the roofs, and this is, of course, this was a kind of a real important thing, and people were very proud to be able to live there. So it's a terrace structure. Terrace houses are not built anymore, which is a pity. The terrace structure, they create really beautiful houses, beautiful apartments with a lot of terraces and green, and they here this drawing that shows why it also worked so well, because the city immediately built a really big infrastructure. So there are several churches and a supermarket, a kindergarten, a school. So it was connected through this whole infrastructure architecture. But again, to the terrace structure, the beautiful apartments on the edge of the building, they create a very problematic space in the inner big belly of the structure. So the big belly is the problem of every terrace house. Not so in Alt-Erla. You can imagine there were a lot of these very problematic spaces without natural light. So what the cooperative made, they gave it to the people. They said, okay, you can use these spaces with no light, but you can use it as club rooms. And this has been done. Each of these space is used by a single club with a certain topic, like here the tango dancing club, the model club of the airplanes, the Bastel club, the happy hour club, the car racing club, the gym club, the Karel Gott fan club, and the table tennis club. So the thesis number 2 would be, if you build an extra space, it will be used. Extra space can be really rough and can be bad lightened, but it should be flexible. And then model number 3, finally, is one neighborhood. So Vienna had an IBA, an International Building Exhibition, and whenever a city has an IBA, this changes a lot because there's such an effort done in research, in discussion rounds and everything, and very international board. So the IBA 2022, it had one really, the topic was new social housing, and the main topic, the second topic was neighborhoods, Quartiere. So I mean, Vienna talks about Quartiere. I prefer the term neighborhood because neighborhood is so much positive connotated. You can have only a positive neighborhood. A bad neighborhood is a neighborhood that does not exist. So the idea of a neighborhood was very interesting and new. Like here, there's the neighborhood of the Sonnenwendviertel, very close to the station. You see this big green area in the middle, which is used a lot in summertime. And in the background, you see new typologies. They are called Quartiershäuser, so neighborhood houses. They have private living rooms, but each of these neighborhood houses, they have to contain one facility, one common facility that can be used by all other inhabitants of the whole neighborhood. So it is very interesting. So what happens is that the former superblock, which was somehow the same size almost, is now spread up into a whole neighborhood, and the neighborhood is spread up into single plots, done with single competitions and then given to single investors and single architecture firms. So this creates a kind much bigger diversity and complexity than in the superblock. And the common facilities are still here, but they are now spread over the whole project. There are between 10 or 11 of these neighborhoods. Some of them are still now being built. So you see here these neighborhood houses, the common facilities in this neighborhood Sonnenwendviertel. And again, here a project where we asked Sarah Pfeiffer, who made also the photos for Alt Erla, we asked her to go into these neighborhood houses and to go into these spaces of the common facilities to make photos of the everyday use. In the whole pavilion, we showed only these photos. We did not want to show these fine, shining architecture photos. We just showed photos where the spaces are seen in the everyday use. So again, here the whole series of the different spaces, now they are better lighted. It's not this rough space like in Alt Erla, and they are really also used a lot. And every space has its own architecture, its own way how it is filled with program and furniture. So the thesis number 3 would be, not every house needs to contain everything. I think that's impossible also in terms of costs. Common space can be spread over the whole neighborhood. So what can we do? Finally, just a personal 5 advices. Tax the rich, number 1. Buy land as a city, number 2. I mean, this was why Vienna worked so well without buying land. And Vienna still has land for the next 10 years, by sure, to develop social housing, and even for the next 20 years, they said. So, number 3 is create neighborhoods instead of projects. Number 4, skip single private rooms. And number 5, pay good for every care work. This is the condition for everything in the future, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sabine, and thanks for the fact that it was delivered on time, not like the first panel. So it means like now we have a break, and the break should be till 10:30, but let's extend it 5 minutes. So 10:35, we're going to start with the next session with Henrietta Moravčíková and her presentation. Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you can come back to the main space and take your seat, that we can start again. I told you at the beginning that I have to keep time, otherwise we are not going to make it. Please, slowly stop talking and come to the front, come to sit. So now we have used all 3 minutes that have been saved by Sabine in her previous talk. Thank you for that. And now, really seriously, please come to the front and let's start. So welcome to the second panel of the day, and this panel gonna be dedicated a bit to the history. It's called, let's say, housing from the perspective of historians. Thank you. Even Petr Lešek's gonna stop talking. He's not listening. Okay, thank you very much. I'll do that. Yes. There's a found mobile phone over here with quad lock. Somebody who lost mobile phone with the waterfall on it. I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, if later on somebody's gonna come for that, then I have it in here. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, let's see. Somebody's gonna come later, I'm sure. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so again, welcome to this panel dedicated to the history and kind of like a look at the historical perspective. And I think, like, no offense to the historian, but like very often people look at the thing and they say, okay, that happened in the past, but so how's that related to what we do now? I strongly disagree with that. I think it's really important to understand what happened, and I think we can learn a lot from that. And I'm pretty sure that's what the presentation is going to be about. They're going to tell us like what was maybe normal, what was standard, what was best practices, and maybe sometimes we forget about it, and it's worth to really remind us about this. So firstly, I'm going to ask Henrietta Moravčíková. She's going to come for a short lecture. Henrietta is a professor of architecture at Faculty of Architecture in Bratislava, but not only that, she's a long-term promoter of quality architecture, doing numerous work. I mean, like incredible amount of books, articles, exhibitions, and we all really are kind of like how to say it, like, you know, we owe you a big debt for your work because we all enjoyed it, and thank you for that.
Oh, Adam, thank you. This was really like, oh, I'm flattered. Thank you so much. And yeah, good morning, ladies, gentlemen. Dear hosts, thank you very much for the, like, that I'm here. It is really a pleasure and, yeah, and a very great opportunity. I would like to somehow connect to what was said that, yeah, I feel sometimes a kind of déjà vu when we're discussing nowadays politics, and it was all already discussed like 100 years ago, come on. So we have to move forward and not to move in cycles, because I mean, it's like we are always discussing the same topics. So I would like to go back to 1930s, which is the interwar period, and speak particularly about the situation in Czechoslovakia, and I would take Bratislava as an example of how affordable housing, or at that time social housing, was discussed, and how the crisis, how they hoped to solve the crisis. But first of all, I would start with the role of architect. The role of architect in society is one of the frequent topics of current architectural discussion, and it is also something which comes like in 10 years intervals. The desire to use architecture to improve or change the social situation is often mentioned. The underlying enthusiasm seems to suggest that it is in a quite exceptional historical situation. However, when we look back at history, we find parallels with such behavior among utopian socialists, the architectural avant-garde, and radical architecture collectives from 1960s. Architectural strategies change in relation to the time and ongoing crisis. Nevertheless, they were always united by an effort to promote the common good for large social section of the population. In 2012, a German architecture historian, Winfried Nerdinger, curated an exhibition called L'Architecture engagée, Manifestos for Social Change at the Pinakothek da Moderna in Munich. This was the first time that the term had been used in relation to architecture, having previously been reserved for literature and fine arts. Nerdinger emphasized that in architecture's case, which is always focused on certain change in existing material structure, it only becomes engaged when it is strived for, and I quote, structural change and the establishment of a new social order, end of the quote. The exhibition clearly demonstrated that architects repeatedly return to the theme of housing, considering it to be the key tool for changing social conditions. This is also the reason why we are here, and why I will concentrate on the endeavor to solve the housing crisis in 1930s Czechoslovakia. In interwar Czechoslovakia, several legislative measures were introduced to address the housing shortage. However, Act number 45 on construction, adopted by the government in April 1930, proved to be the decisive importance. This legislation set out the conditions for state guarantees on mortgage loans, tax exceptions for small and minimum-sized flats, and various fee reductions. For the first time, it also defined individual flat categories, including small and minimum-sized flats. Municipalities and cooperatives were given preferential treatment in the support system over individuals, which, with a higher percentage of loan coverage, up to 50% of the costs guaranteed by the state. This legislative amendment was one of the key instruments for initiating social housing in interwar Czechoslovakia. This resulted in the mobilization of state and municipal administrations in relation to housing policy, the establishment of housing cooperatives, and announcement of several numerous architectural competitions for apartment buildings containing small apartments or minimum-sized apartments, as you can see two of the examples. Subsequently, there was an overall strengthening of housing construction, particularly in larger cities of the former Czechoslovakia, like Prague, Brno, or Bratislava. In Bratislava, construction of small and minimum-sized apartments was relatively successful from the outset. The proximity of Vienna, Red Vienna, as was already mentioned here, where a successful social housing project had been implemented, the relatively strong influence of social democracy on the city council, and the rapid development of cooperatives in Slovakia at that time undoubtedly played a role in the openness of the local environment to this topic. However, the City Regulatory Commission and its progressive architects members were mainly responsible for promoting new forms of development and modern constructions. The city chief's architect also played a significant role in its openness to modern architecture. In Bratislava, the views of architectural avant-garde and modern housing were reflected in two residential complexes, which I will go more deeply in. But first of all, I would like to comment on these covers you can see on a screen, which was the only, let's say, architectural artistic journal focusing on questions of housing from the perspective of very, let's say, left avant-garde of that time, and supported also the construction and the discussion on this type of architecture. The first example is Unitas housing complex. Unitas, a construction cooperative established for the development of small apartments, was founded in April 1930, so immediately after the legislation was approved by the government. It was founded by a person named František Vaverka, who was secretary of the Bratislava Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is also important, let's say, connection. Committee members included several prominent figures, such as František Vodička, a representative of the Slovak Agricultural Council, and Eugen Singer, who was a socialist and founder of the Slovak Communist Party in the 1930s. From the outset, the construction project was guided by an so-called enlightened, ethically motivated attitude and the belief that it could influence society as a whole and educate individuals. This is how Vaverka, the chief of the cooperative, later described its beginnings. To carry out the so-called great work of Unitas, he chose architect Friedrich Weinwurm, who was renowned at that time not only for his experience in architecture design, but also for his commitment to left avant-garde. Architects Weinwurm and Vejce, this was the name of the studio, designed the Unitas development as a series of rows. By doing so, they fulfilled the contemporary idea or ideal of breaking up the traditional city block, while also creating shared semi-public spaces between the houses, which were considered essential for collective housing. A key feature of the residential complex was the decision to incorporate a gallery-type apartment building, which supported the idea of collective living on the galleries, of course. Using only one type of building throughout the whole complex was consistent with the application of standardized principles in construction. This principle was also reflected in the design of the standardized furnishing with which all apartments were to be equipped. Unfortunately, they did not, because there was a lack of money by the end of the construction period. Standardization was also linked to the unification of building elements. The architects incorporated several new products and technologies into the structural design of apartment building. Of particular note are the load-bearing structure made of steel concrete skeleton and the so-called grouped chimney stacks, which were patented shortly before construction began and allow for an open and more flexible floor plan. You can see the advertising for this grouped chimney stacks on the left side of the slide. The urban concept of hundreds of minimum-sized apartments concentrated in identical buildings with galleries, shared laundry facilities, shops offering basic goods, and even a library with a public reading room indicates that the complex was planned as a community housing project. The broader social dimension of Unitas is also evident in the cooperative's activities. Shortly after completing the buildings, it established a credit and food cooperative for the residents of the housing complex. The spirit of socialist solidarity also pervades the publication issued by the cooperative shortly after the completion of the complex. You can see the cover and some pages of the publication. Therefore, it is not surprising that Karel Teigen, the main spokesman of the Prague architectural avant-garde, referred to Unitas as a collectivized housing in his publication, The Minimum Dwelling. Encouraged by the success of Unitas, local socialists and architects Weinwurm and Vece undertook another bold venture, the construction of even larger and more complex residential complex. In 1932, several officials of the Czechoslovak Social Democratic Party established a construction cooperative for private employees and workers, aptly named Nova Doba, New Age. The original plan included the construction of 162 small apartments as well as commercial, storage and workshop facilities on the ground floor. The architects designed the building as two parallel rows perpendicular to the main street. However, because of the initiative of the building authority, an additional pair of houses, as you can see in front of the street, were eventually added to the street side to create a continuous street frontage. At Nova Doba, the architect sought to apply innovative ideas in urban planning, floor plans, and structural design, and to use these to support the concept of the new social organization. To meet the client's requirement for a range of apartments, from studios to one or two-bed apartments, the buildings were designed as a staircase sections with 4 apartments per floor. This allowed for the direct lighting and ventilation of all rooms while maintaining a certain level of intimacy in each apartment. However, the biggest innovation was the steel supporting structure, which was used for the first time in a residential building in these conditions. This prefabricated steel skeleton was intended not only to speed up construction, but also to reduce costs by standardizing the building elements. The remarkable architectural concept and the organization and financing of the construction attracted attention even in the broader context of the state housing policy. Representatives of the relevant ministries held Nova Doba up as a model for the large Prague cooperatives and even sent an official commission from the capital to study the local situation and obtain so-called model for the construction of similar residential buildings in Prague. Even after nationalization in 1948, the Unitas and Nova Doba housing estates remained under the control of building cooperatives. The original residents, or rather their children, continued to live there. In 1985, both complexes were listed as national cultural monuments. However, the biggest change came in the mid-1990s when the housing stock in Czechoslovakia was privatized. At that time, the tenants of the apartments became their owners. Today, they are organized in so-called owners' associations, which provides the legislative framework for jointly operating an apartment building. They still function much as they did before. Small apartments have been preserved, as have communal areas and semi-public spaces. Local communities are still proud of the history of their homes. So, to conclude, historical examples show us that for engaged architecture to move from a theoretical manifesto to realized works, support from state policy, local government and local social elites is one of the key prerequisites. This particularly concerns reaching a social agreement on the need to solve the housing crisis. The next step is to create an appropriate legislative framework and support alternative ways of financing and organizing construction, as well as applying innovative construction methods and technologies. At a local level, a flexible, open-minded and ambitious local government is needed, as well as cooperation between architects, politicians and urban elites. Above all, the unifying goal should be to ensure the common good, because as we know, housing is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As the next, I invite Michaela Janečková. Michaela, she's educated as architect, but later on turned her interest into research, art history, and architecture history. And in recent years, or let's say it's been some years, she heavily researched mass prefabricated housing, mainly in Czechoslovakia, and I believe that's what we're gonna see today.
So hello, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for your kind invitation. And as Adam mentioned, I've been involved in a project on prefabricated housing, but today I will bring a different topic to the table, a little bit different. So, we usually imagine that during the socialist era, private ownership of apartments was almost non-existent, and people just passively waited to be allocated a state apartment in a prefabricated panel housing. However, the legal system in 1955 defined 4 forms of ownership: state, cooperative, personal, and private. The Czechoslovak state tried in every way to limit cooperative and private construction, but it soon became clear that it was not possible to build the necessary number of apartments with state money alone. In 1958, a resolution of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia was agreed upon and came into force in 1959 to solve the housing problem, setting a target of 1.2 million apartments by 1970. To meet the goals, it would have been necessary to make an immediate increase in flat construction of nearly 3 times in current figures. In comparison to other European countries, Czechoslovakia lagged behind in the number of new apartments per capita, with only about 40,000 apartments completed annually. In the post-war situation of a shortage of building materials, the construction of family houses also stagnated completely. A 1959 resolution to build those 9.2 million apartments in 12 years promoted use of prefabrication, which was supposed to speed up construction and reduce costs, but it was still clear that the burden of housing construction could not remain solely on the state. In addition to state construction, company, cooperative, and private construction were also planned. Cooperative construction, in particular, offered enormous opportunities. By the end of the 50s, the economic situation of the population had improved, and many families began to save money and then buy household appliances, motorcycles or cars. State officials were aware of this situation. And I quote, "Until now, the population's participation in housing construction has been limited to the individual construction of family houses. However, it is necessary and possible to expand it. Towards this end, the state will provide extensive support to the population in organizing various forms of housing construction, in particular, construction on cooperative base," stated a report on a 1959 resolution. So the housing cooperatives were completely suppressed before 1953, even though after World War II, there were over 400 housing cooperatives operating in Czechoslovakia. And during the 2-year period, means 46 to 47, they managed to build around 2/3 of all new apartments in former Czechoslovakia. In 1948, there were already about 2,000 housing cooperatives, but then their number was drastically reduced. Cooperatives were not allowed to build and could only manage their property. This then changed again in 1953, but in fact, cooperatives did not start building again until 1959. This is what we can see. The laser doesn't work, sorry. But you can see it in a third column, the cooperative work. It starts in 1959. The 1960s and then the 1970s saw a real boom in cooperative construction. In 1967, there were almost 2,500 cooperatives with 3,068 members. In the 1970s, the number of cooperatives declined due to mergers, but the number of members increased to 420,000. By the mid-1960s, about then half of new apartments were being built by cooperatives. This is what you can see in the column that shows the percentage. So you can see that the percentage of cooperatives rose even to more than 60% in the 60s. After 1959, a system of state support for cooperative members was also established, which functioned with minor changes until the end of the Socialist era. The state provided a contribution up to 30% of the construction costs, as well as long-term loan up to another 30%, with the remaining 40% paid by the cooperative members themselves, who could, however, apply for additional loans. Construction costs paid by the members could be covered also by financial contributions or by members' own labor. In addition to direct financial support, the state also relieved the members of certain taxes and fees and granted other minor benefits to cooperative construction. These included, for example, the right to freely dispose or sell the apartment, which brought cooperative apartment ownership very close to private ownership. And these are the two books that recently were published on the topic of cooperative housing. So let's go on. Cooperative housing construction accounting for the largest share in 1967, this is what we saw on the last slide, when it exceeded 65%, then declined, reaching its lowest share in 1976. At that time, however, state construction of housing estates was at its peak, so the number of completed apartments in cooperative construction decreased relatively, but not absolutely. From the 1970s onwards, the construction of single-family houses also increased. From architects' point of view, cooperative construction was an interesting task. Extensive project catalogs were created, often with the participation of leading architects. This is the proposal of Milan Reichel. Cooperatives built everything from family houses to large apartment buildings. Row, terrace, and atrium houses were a special case, as the state provided additional financial relief for them. With a favorable combination of various discounts, the state could subsidize cooperative construction of group houses up to 60%. These advantages certainly contributed to the fact that between 1976 and 1978, more than 30% of new family homes in Prague were built as atypical group houses in cooperative construction. These are some examples. In Prague, there are many examples of these buildings using vacant sloping land that was not of interest to state or company construction because it required an atypical design. Often, there was an architect among the cooperative members who paid off his membership share with his work, or an architect was hired through an architectural service, which was a form of legal business under socialism. In Brno, a state studio focused on cooperative construction called Drupos was established in 1967. Another way to offer architectural services to cooperative members was through registration with the Czech Fine Arts Fund, an option that was, for example, used in Brno by Ivan Ruller. And from 1970, it was also possible to work on the basis of a permit granted for a specific building, whereby the architect drew up a so-called civil assistance contract with the client. Contemporary documents also mention certain fee schedules. The cheapest option was to order a standard design from a catalog, for example, from Drupos. Such a design was very inexpensive. Converted to today's currency based on average salary, the price would be like 30,000 crowns. More expensive was a repeated design. That means a design developed individually but reused with modifications. And the most expensive was an individual design, which cost between 150,000 and 300,000 crowns. At that time, a whole range of publications, catalogs, manuals, and more expensive publications with examples of contemporary housing were published for cooperative members. Titles such as self-help construction, we built a family house, or designing family houses were reprinted repeatedly. In print it runs that far exceeded those of, for example, Babička by Božena Němcová or the Communist Manifesto. The topic of housing appeared frequently in the pages of the professional magazine Architektura, but it was not until 1969 that it was focused solely on the family homes. It was then that the number of apartments in family homes began to rise, not only in cooperative buildings, but also in private ones. There was also a system of loans and subsidies for the construction of private family houses, which is evident in the appearance of many Czech and Slovak villages. While the phenomenon of prefabricated panel houses often created a circle around historic towns, in villages it was a circle of new family houses, including then popular šumperák. However, even among the private houses built at the time, we can find very successful examples, often designed by the best architects. This is a choice of mine. So I'm getting to my conclusion. I have attempted to show the various forms of housing during the socialist era and the state policies that supported them in various ways. Citizens themselves were not limited to waiting in line for the allocation of state-owned apartments. They could also take the advantage of cooperative or private forms of construction since 1959, which was permitted by the legislation at that time. Of course, this was a much more complicated solution than today, but many builders, in their desire for cooperative or private housing, took this path and secured housing even in a situation when it was difficult to obtain building materials or a construction company. Many architects at that time worked on the projects for cooperatives or private builders, and it is actually surprising how many high-quality examples we can find among the production of that time. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michaela. And as next, I'm going to ask Irina Tulbure from Bucharest, from Romania, to come to share her experience. Irina has been also educated as architect, but she's a long-time researcher and teacher and author of many publications and articles about mass housing and policies behind it, mainly in Romania. And I believe that's what we're going to see.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for your presentation, and hello everybody. My presentation is centered on pointing out 3 case studies located in Bucharest, which were planned and designed by local architects at the newly established Centralized Institute of Design in the mid of 20th century. Even if probably a more detailed characterization of the case studies would be needed, I choose only to point out the 3 examples, and the selection of the case studies is related to their relevance from historical point of view, but as well to the public notoriety that they received over the time, being some of the most appreciated mass housing areas constructed in post-war Bucharest. Prior to the presentation of the 3 case studies, it is necessary to emphasize the fact that the general trend in post-war mass housing policies in Romania followed a precise direction, leading by the end of the 1980s toward the full institutionalization of the housing construction. A second observation is that in the first decades after the Second World War, private investment in individual housing, so family houses or small apartment blocks, exceeded centralized funding for collective housing. And it was only by the mid-60s that the investment was balanced between private and state funding. And that also, by the late 1980s, policies in housing led to a drastic reduction in private funding and also in the construction of family housing. The 1960s and the 1970s represented actually so the one marked on the slide, a period of experimentation in state-funded mass housing areas. In most of the cases, either talking about Bucharest or elsewhere in Romania, the first state mass housing investments displayed the ideal concept of the architects. Projects were based on creating minimum livable private space as means to fulfill the promises of affordable housing for everyone, along with large collective green areas and public facilities as part of the overall concept of the residential areas. The three case studies that I choose fit this portrait, being constructed between 1955 and 1970s. Further developments in the 70s and 80s, driven by the need of investment efficiency, are characterized by density increment through the construction of higher and more compact collective housing, as well as the de-escalation of the public areas and collective facilities. Floreasca neighborhood, the first example, was one of the first experiments in state-funded collective housing located in the northern area of Bucharest. The Floreasca neighborhood was an addition to an already existing residential area, partially built in the interwar period. It was presented at that time as a successful solution for achieving housing for everyone, as the first project for individual housing allotments dating to the 20s and 40s proved to be inefficient and were abandoned by the end of the 40s due to the high costs. With an average of 50 square meters for a two-room apartment, the two-room apartment was the main unit used, and an approximate height of 3 floors of the block of flats. This was the development of the one with marked with red. The area became in time into a very domestic environment due to the densely green area of the Central Park and the front and back gardens surrounding the rigid display of the collective units. The central area of the estate included public facilities, kindergarten, school, cinema, and the park of approximately 25,000 square meters, which was seen as something very important for the neighborhood. The second example, Circus Park, was largely representative of town-scale public funding in the benefit of Bucharest citizens, not only for the neighborhood. And additionally, the investment also included the construction of several surrounding collective housing blocks, which were partially built concurrently with the construction of the circus. The housing area, constructed in the 1960s, comprised of approximately 1,000 apartments, mainly with 2 rooms also, with a total area less than 50 square meters per apartment. The height of the collective units was up to 7 floors, but the initial concept included the construction of several high towers in the vicinity of the park. Further interventions were postponed and were followed only in the mid-70s with housing areas characterized by density. Nevertheless, the lack of green areas in the new estates created and the close vicinity of the park transformed it into an appendix for the surrounding housing areas. And the park that had the circus building as an identity mark was appropriated by the inhabitants, becoming the park of the entire neighborhood. So not anymore necessarily a park related to the Bucharest scale, to the town scale. The third example is Drumul Taberei neighborhood, it represents one of the most successful large mass-scale housing estates of Bucharest. Beginning with the 1960s, The two major mass housing areas of Bucharest were developed in the eastern and in the western outskirts of the city, according to the distribution of the two main industrial areas that were envisaged to be developed. For the area on which Drumul Tabărei neighborhood was constructed, the area was scarcely occupied by buildings and construction previously, which created a favorable condition for the architects without any determination rooted in a pre-existent urban structure. From east to west, the construction of Drumul Tabărei started in the mid-50s, and it was completed at the end of the 80s. Therefore, it represents a perfect case study to create a radiography of the evolution of a double-edged system for mass housing construction, which was translated into an uneven balance between architectural concepts and a rigid centralized system. The neighborhood, it's not a gap in the history, I just forgot to note 5. It's not. The neighborhood was constructed in several stages of investment. Each stage was completed with the finalization of several clearly defined units, a micro-rayon, a subunit of the neighborhood. The central area of the neighborhood represents the development between 60s and 70s, so that one which is noted with 3. Beside the modernist mass housing, specific expression in which planners used variation of masses and heights of the apartment blocks, the housing estate has an enhanced diversity of the apartment types. In terms of outdoor facilities, the design of mass housing units strongly comply to the theories of the moment. Variety of road structure, layered in wide and straight vehicle roads and sinuous pedestrian alleys, greenery surrounding the blocks, and green central area disposed in the heart of the housing units. Education and health facilities calculated according to the density of inhabitants and local multifunctional complexes. Commercial, administrative, cultural, and which were designed in a very distinctive architectural expression and intended as identity landmark for each of the housing units. The design of the units constructed later in Drumul Tabărei underwent alteration due to the impetuous necessities for efficiency. Even if the overall concept remained the same, the design underwent several stages of transformation until the 1980s, which can be roughly schematized as it follows. In the mid-60s, during the construction work, several areas initially reserved for public facilities were converted into housing units. A second stage of interference affecting public facilities, making the project for the residential area less comfortable by renouncing of constructions of garages, decreasing larger distances between housing units, etc. During the design and authorization process, so this interfered in the design and authorization process. A third stage affected the design through efficiency measures introduced before the design process, which completely reshaped the initial architectural and urban concept. And it is the last image on the right. Among a few others, the 3 case studies detailed in the presentation, Floreasca neighborhood, Parcul Circului, Drumul Tabărei, are idealized today in the public narratives without lacking a consistent dose of nostalgia, veiled by an inherent exaltation. For example, in the eyes of the inhabitants community, Drumul Tabărei is portrayed as Bucharest's Beverly Hills. But to position the case studies in a more balanced perspective, the use of civic activism coalescing around these specific mouse housing areas seems a useful instrument. Around 2000, Romania faced a growing interest in civil society regarding urban issues. It was only by the end of the decade that grassroots participation and local activism correlated around civic groups located in some of the large mass housing areas. An analysis, and you have the title and the authors of the screen, run in 2022, and financed by the Romanian Order of Architects, concluded that 13 out of the 28 civic groups located in Bucharest are based in the dense peripheral housing areas built before 1980s. Among the first and the most vocal and active civic groups are those located in the 3 case studies presented previously. According to the study that I mentioned, the civic groups are claiming for maintenance of the public space, green areas and outdoor facilities, blocking interventions for construction in the public areas led by local municipal administration or private investors. Also, they state for the improvement of small-scale outdoor facilities, parking areas and garages, outdoor urban furniture, and so on and so forth. For the moment, actions of the civic groups or specific actors within the civic groups are not necessarily driven by a special interest oriented toward heritage-based perspectives, such as achieving a particular legal degree of the protection for the architectural and urban characteristics of the mass housing estate. So people are not necessarily attached to the architectural qualities that we as architects are seeing in these examples. Nevertheless, an intersection of the 2 perspectives, the historical-based approach and the current position and actions, seems at this point to emphasize that the request and the needs of the communities tend somehow towards the reimagination of the ideal projects altered through the process of densification and toward an active reaction to possible contemporary threats for densification, which this time are forged by uncontrolled processes of privatization of the public areas within the mass housing estates. The success of these 3 examples, if we can refer as success to the attachment of the inhabitants to these housing areas, is related, in fact, to the qualities, specifically to the qualities of the public space, of the public facilities of these areas, either if they were intended from the beginning in the project or just added, as it is the case of the Circus Park, and not necessarily to the quality of the apartments. And for this, all the constructions, all the public facilities that were constructed represented hooks for these activist groups with which they started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last one, I'm going to invite Itka Molnárova. Itka, she's an architect, urbanist, but also a researcher, and she gained experiences in France, but also in Peru and Colombia. And I hope it's not a secret, she's been recently appointed city architect in Kolín. So congratulations. And in there, I think you're going to have a chance to deal with the topic that you're going to show today.
Thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation. I appreciate it very much. The topic I'm going to present is the regeneration policies of modernist housing estates. the particular urban form that we all know that was used as the ultimate answer for housing shortages after the Second World War. And that, although in the beginning it seemed to be a brilliant solution for the housing crisis, it soon turned out not so well. From the 60s we know that housing estates have many shortages and created many social problems as well in many countries. Because of that, many Western European countries have started building them already in the late 60s and 70s. The situation was quite different in our context, our post-socialist context, leaving us today in Czech Republic with quite a substantial proportion of the housing stock in these urban forms. In Czech Republic, about 3 million of inhabitants still live in them, which is about 1/3 of the population, and it's difficult to estimate how many people live in them on the level of Europe and worldwide, but I believe it's hundreds of millions. So from my perspective, this is one of the main urban challenges we have to face in our post-socialist context, despite the fact that it's very challenging and often we don't want to look at it because it's so complex. So we were, a couple of years ago, we had the opportunity to ask these questions of what to do with housing estates with my colleagues from the Faculty of Architecture and the Center of Housing Quality. We were funded by the Czech Technological Agency to do quite an extensive research project that compared the regeneration policies in Germany, France, and the Netherlands. And we focus both on the spatial strategies as well on the policies that enable the spatial transformation. So first, let's look at the space. Unlike in the Czech Republic, where we still have the discussion of whether or not we should intervene in housing estates, there are still many people who claim that we should preserve housing estates, the modernist housing estates, as a form of urban or architectural heritage. In Germany, France, and the Netherlands, they have a very clear answer to that, a very clear approach that is quite clearly demonstrated in this picture, which is pretty much moving from those very rigid, monotonous, monofunctional neighborhoods to what we call today a sustainable city, which is an interconnected and diverse city or diverse neighborhoods with very diverse functions, social mixity, and very diverse typological mixity as well. When we look at the specific spatial strategies, we see that all the countries support structured and accessible public spaces, building upgrading, sometimes even involving building demolitions, the diversification of housing typologies, and France and Netherlands also support the diversification of public facilities, the interconnected network of streets, and very important also the integration of new economic activities. These are some of the examples of how modernist housing estates can look like. We see that they involve not only the renovation of the buildings that completely refurbish the residential buildings, but they also quite extensively intervene the public spaces and try to restructure them and add new layers of also like the hierarchy of the spaces, including semi-private and semi-public spaces that currently are missing or originally were missing in those neighborhoods. In terms of the policy, we don't have much time to go into detail, so I've selected 3 main aspects that I believe are quite inspirational for other contexts as well. The first one deals with the type of regeneration those countries heavily support. The second with the institutions that were created along the way that help to facilitate the implementation of those projects. And the third one with the funding schemes that are quite smart, and I think we can learn from them as well. So all the countries, I've mentioned it before, but I really want to stress that, really support integrated development and very complex regeneration. When we look at Germany, well, all of the countries actually started the regeneration processes because of some major migration or socio-economic crisis. In Germany, it was after the reunification of Germany when many people were fleeing from the east to the west, leaving about 40% of those housing estates empty. So in the 90s, Germany implemented 11 pilot projects. They learned from them, and very soon they discovered that they needed to implement or start new urban programs. They started those two, Social City and Urban Redevelopment Program. It's interesting to see that they go hand in hand ever since the beginning, and they continue until today. Social City focusing more on the social development of the neighborhoods, and the Urban Redevelopment Program on the infrastructure. What's very important in the Urban Redevelopment Program is that though this program supports only municipalities that have urban renewal strategy, not only an urban plan, not only a strategic plan, but really a plan that usually includes a master plan, very, very important instrument for the whole neighborhood. So it's a condition, very important condition for the funding. And the Social City funds many social development programs or projects. What I find very interesting is they also fund community coordinators, who are people responsible for the coordination and communication between the different departments at the municipality. We all know from the practitioners, we all know that this is a very big challenge at the municipalities, where one office doesn't talk to the other one. In France, again, in the 70s or since the 70s, very severe social and economic downgrade in these neighborhoods. They used 80s and 90s to try out some pilot projects. They learned from them, and in the late 90s they created an urban renewal project that goes on in different forms until today. Again, it's a program that very clearly states that they support complex regeneration, which includes economic development of these neighborhoods, the transition of the modernist structures towards sustainable city, and they include participation of the inhabitants. The French people are very, very skillful in finding very creative instruments, legal instruments, that enable them to facilitate the implementation. One of the instruments is the so-called ZUS, the sensible urban zones, that is a legal instrument that enables to select prioritized neighborhoods and creates like special legal and tax conditions to channel and concentrate the investment in those priority neighborhoods. And also an interesting instrument is the urban contracts, which are pretty much the agreements between different stakeholders that should operate in those neighborhoods. So it's a contract between the state, the municipalities, and local actors that are usually the housing associations that own the buildings. These are some of the results that represent those successful regeneration processes. In the Netherlands, they created, in the, again, late 90s, they created Neighborhood Restructuring Action Program, very similar to what's going on in France. They first targeted building renovation. They learned that they need to include also the public spaces and started targeting complex regeneration with the aim of restructuring completely the neighborhoods. And they have similar instruments to the French urban contracts. They call it the framework agreements, which are, again, contracts between the housing associations and the municipalities. We see that, again, they support building renovations, refurbishing the buildings completely, and also they restructure the open spaces, including semi-private gardens and semi-public courtyards and gardens. The institutions, a very interesting institution is in France, the National Agency for Urban Renewal, that was created in 2003 to implement the National Urban Renewal Program. That's the institution that's responsible for selecting the ZUS, the priority neighborhoods. And we can see that it's not a small office with dozens of employees. It has 140 employees. So just to have an idea how important the urban renewal became in France. And ANRU is funded not only by the state, but also by private actors, something we should maybe consider in Czech Republic as well. In Germany, very recently, they found the Federal Office for Urban Transformation, which acts as a policy advisory to the government. It's an in-house research institution that promotes good practices, but also finds, based on data, finds the problems with the policy and constantly informs the government about what could be done better and update the policy. And the funding scheme, this is an interesting solution that they found in the Netherlands. That's the Urban Renewal Investment Fund, created in 2003, I think, which is an interdepartmental fund. And again, that's something that many governments have problem with, or many municipalities, when they want to regenerate the housing estates, they have to apply to different ministries for bits of money and try to do small projects that are never articulated among each other. So this investment fund creates one big budget that allows the municipality to apply for one big investment based on their long-term renewal strategy, and which decreases the levels of administration and bureaucracy and facilitates the process itself. Very important rule they have in the Netherlands that the public money has to always attract private investment. So €1 of public money has to attract at least 10 euros of private investments. Now, this is all nice and we can all learn from that. However, the situation in Czech Republic is quite different. The proportion of the housing stock is is much higher in Czech Republic. We have about 25% of the housing stock located in the housing estates. We have passed through a huge wave of privatization. More than 90% of the flats are owned by private owners. And we don't have the experience with the complex regeneration. We have very fragmented projects that happen in our housing estates. So I've always asked myself how we can replicate these strategies in countries with less resources, different ownership structure, and weaker institutional capacity. If we cannot, then what's the alternative for our context? In Czech Republic, we have two programs. One that targets the renovation of the buildings, that's the panel program, and another one that targets the revitalization of public spaces. Unfortunately, these two don't go hand in hand. They operate quite differently, which doesn't really allow for the synergical effect of these investments. And parallelly, despite the fact that some experts believe that housing estates are okay the way they are, the residents often don't believe so, and they have their own strategies how to cover their own needs. Actually, this is not only happening in Czech Republic. Over the past 10, 15 years, I had the opportunity to travel quite extensively around the world, and since housing estates is my passion, I visited about 25 housing estates in 17 different countries. And what I found very quickly was that the same spatial strategies that I knew from Western Europe were also happening in the rest of the world, but with the difference that in France and in Germany, they have these huge teams of experts and billions of euros that allow this transformation in the rest of the world, including the post-socialist countries. Those changes, those transformations are happening from below spontaneously by the people. So what I found is that all around the world, there are about 15 interventions that people use to transform housing estates and to cover the needs that the original concept did not really meet. People use the open spaces to build new buildings. They always want to have a little piece of land. They create front gardens, back gardens around the buildings. They use the spaces in between the buildings for shared gardens or shared courtyards. There are also many examples of public space upgrading. they don't like the monotonous buildings, so they try to add some personalized qualities to the boundaries and to the entrances. They create individual entrances at the bottom floor, invent strategies how to amplify the usually quite small apartments. Very common strategy or very common interventions we all probably know is turning the first floor into commercial spaces that not only act activity on the ground floor on the streets, but also create employment opportunities that are lacking in housing estates. And of course, the issue of parking, a very common theme. There are, again, many strategies how to add more parking spaces and different kinds of parking spaces. The way cities have been built has always reflected the way society organizes itself. So the case is also visible in the housing estates. During the socialist era and under the totalitarian regime, people didn't have much say on how they wanted to live or upgrade the cities. This has changed in the 90s when we have privatized and transitioned. We have privatized the flats and transitioned towards democracy. So over the past 30 years, we were learning how to be a democratic society and also how to cooperate, how to reach agreements together, how to collect funds together, how to ask for loans and upgrade the buildings. The results, I believe, is a very good example of that challenging process that we've been going through. But my question is whether we should not move one step ahead, whether it's not time for us to also occupy the spaces around the buildings and intervene spaces beyond the buildings. This is not to say that people should be left with the possibility to spontaneously intervene all the open spaces in the housing estates. I believe that we have to clearly state the responsibilities of the state and the municipalities. The state always has the responsibility to initiate the transformation through funding programs. The municipalities should be responsible for delivering very clear building regulations through master plans and architectural guidelines, but maybe it's time for us to invite other people, the other ordinary people, to intervene also the public spaces under very clear guidelines and rules that would leave perhaps housing estates looking like this. I believe that the combination of the top-down approach that we as experts can inform and help to create together with the bottom-up approach could unlock the potential for deep and very efficient transformation that would not only deliver order and quality in the housing estates but also ensure the efficiency of the process and the social and emotional well-beings of the inhabitants. Thank you.
Thank you, Jitka, and thank you all the speakers for your presentations and also for keeping the time. So now we should have 1 hour break for lunch, but you're going to have 56 minutes, which I think is still pretty good. So we should meet here at 12:40. Once you hear this terrible noise of gong, then please come back to the main hall. Yeah? Thank you. Můžu vám tady na nějakou dobu nechat ty sluchátka? Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the main hall, take your seat, that we can continue our afternoon program. Also, those ones who are probably not in the main space, please come here, come and sit. Those who are in here, please stop talking to each other and come back for the presentations. Thank you very much. Máme musím zahýbat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. We are really going to start. So welcome to the third panel of the afternoon. The panel is dedicated to architects and architects' perspective. And I'm super happy that we're going to have 4 women practicing architects, that they're going to present their projects, and not only their projects, but maybe a bigger picture from their own perspective. The difference between the previous presentation is that we're going to have discussion afterwards. So if you would have any questions, that's going to be probably the moment to ask them. Please keep coming and sit. And I don't mind that you talk during me talking, but afterwards, during the presentation, it would be really nice that you would already sit and listen. I'm going to ask Susanne Sturm to come to front. Susanne is a practicing architect from Berlin with a long-term experience and managing her own office. I think she's going to be speaking about the wood also and about the importance of that. But she's got vast experience with designing affordable housing and the issues related to that. So Susanne, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to this great conference that happens in such a beautiful location. My name is Susanne Sturm, like already said, and I'm an architect from Berlin. I'm one of the founders of ČKA Architekten. And today I'd like to present you some of our experiences in developing affordable housing projects and timber constructions. My presentation brings together 3 housing projects that explore how timber can contribute to sustainable and inclusive urban living. Each of them addresses a different aspect of affordability through collective building, like 3 times green, reuse of an old building, living in the neighborhood, and community-based living, Young Life Coburg. The first project that I want to show you is called 3 times green. The residential building is located in Pankow, a district in the north of Berlin. It's a 5-story building on a former parking lot. The ground floor is based and the basement are made of reinforced concrete, while all the other floors are constructed of wood. Apart from being constructed from wood, the house has another special feature. We build it as a building cooperative, meaning without an investor or developer. This self-organized model significantly reduces costs. Building collectives are a kind of self-made city movement, an urban laboratory where citizens and architects experiment with new forms of cooperative housing. Here you can see how we erected the construction sign ourselves through self-help and participation, such as creating the garden or building small structures residents could directly contribute to the project, again, helping to keep costs low. The project features a flexible, open layout. Partition walls could be adjusted horizontally to meet the needs of the residents. All apartments have a dual orientation facing both sides, east and west, which ensures good natural lighting and cross ventilation. You can see this. Oh, it doesn't work here, the pointer. Or do you see the pointer? A little bit. Okay. On the ground floor and first floors, there are 5 duplex apartments, each ranging between 100 and 140 square meters. Oops, that was one too much. Oh no, so sorry. On the next floor, this is it. On the second floor, to the 4th floor, you will find single-level apartments of about 130 to 160 square meters. This is the building during construction. The ceilings remain visible. The walls are finished with plasterboard. The combination allowed for both acoustic performance, installation, fire protection, and a warm, tactile interior atmosphere. Here you see the construction site from outside. From a structural point of view, we simplified the design. For example, we avoided thermal separations of the slabs and complex encapsulation. This pragmatic approach resulted in substantial cost savings. Now let's move to the interior space, the private areas of the building. Here we see one of the duplex apartments on the ground floor. The surfaces were intentionally left unfinished. The concrete stairs, ceilings, and walls remain visible. This raw aesthetic is both honest and economical, and it reduced finishing costs significantly. These are apartments from the upper floors. The timber ceilings are of standard industrial quality, and in some units, the exposed screed floor was simply polished rather than covered with parquet. Again, simple materials and used intelligently can create beautiful, affordable spaces. Now to the communal spaces. Shared or dual-use areas are another effective strategy for saving costs while improving spatial and social quality. This is the street view of the building, and it also explains the project's name 3 times green. The first green is the small front garden facing the street. The second green is the communal garden equipped with a barbecue area, sandbox, and herb beds. And the third green is the shared rooftop terrace. It's a quiet, sunny space for relaxing and social gatherings, while the garden below is primarily used by families and children for playing. Here you see the building shortly after completion from the garden side. And finally, 3 times green in the evening light. The next project is called Living in the Neighborhood, or in German, Wohnen im Kiez. This project is also located in Berlin, in the district of Kreuzberg, and was built as a care home for people living with AIDS. As the model shows, it's again a gap-side infill project integrating new housing into the existing urban structure. The section drawing shows the existing building. It's a 1960s school shown in black, and our new timber addition shown in gray. The next part was built in the new part was built in line with the street and raised by one additional floor. Interestingly, the extension is founded on the old foundation of a historic building that once stood on the site. By reusing these existing structures, we were able to save both CO2 and costs, making efficient use of what is often called grey energy. This is one of the upper floor interiors. The existing concrete structure of the old building was retained and reused, while the new external walls are made of timber. In this way, we created a hybrid timber-concrete structure that combines the strength of both materials. And here, the street facade again in the warm light of the evening. The final project is called Young Life Coburg. The city of Coburg wanted to become more attractive for young people and therefore initiated a competition for a new residential building tailored for this target group. This aerial photo shows the existing 1950s building located at the edge of Coburg's historic old town in Bavaria. We won the competition in the year 2020. In the front, you can see the existing building clad in grey timber, and next to it, our extension in natural wood. The site plan shows the composition clearly. The existing building on the left, the new extension beside it, and above, the bicycle storage house and communal garden. On the ground floor, there are also the communal facilities. On the upper floors, we designed shared duplex apartments. In our proposal, 6 residents shared one unit with a communal kitchen and 2 bathrooms. By reducing the individual living space and offering generous shared areas, we can provide affordable housing that still offers a high quality of life. This is a facade detail showing the tall ground floor with the communal facilities and the 2-level duplex units above for the private living. This illustration shows the qualities of the project from the garden side. The bike workshop, the large open staircase connecting the access galleries, the roof terrace, and the mix of communal and private spaces. Each bedroom has its own small balcony, providing both privacy and openness. We don't yet have a photo of the completed building in the evening light. Construction will begin next spring. So I'll end with this atmospheric garden perspective, which nicely conveys the spirit of the project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. And next, I'm going to ask Doris Welchli to come to present her look at this topic. Doris is coming from Switzerland, but she also gained experience in France and in Barcelona. And she's also leading the Swiss Conference of Architects from 2023. So Doris, please, it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to and proud to be here to present 5 examples from Switzerland for conversion of existing buildings into housing. As an extension of Vitruvius' 3 principles of architecture, firmitas, utilitas, and venustas, meaning solidity, utility, and beauty, my presentation proposes a 4th, versatilitas. Versatility or flexibility is a key principle of sustainable architecture, and it is through this lens that I will show 5 recent Swiss examples of conversion of existing premises. These projects demonstrate how existing buildings, no longer serving their original function, have been successfully converted into affordable housing. Flexibility is the potential of a building to evolve over time within its purpose of use, as well as the possibility to host a different program. This may seem obvious, but a building that endures over time will have the smallest ecological footprint and the smallest amount of embodied grey energy or CO2 emissions over the time span. Please note that in French, we say durabilité for sustainability, which means long-lasting, and this is the very essence of the meaning of sustainability. Reusing existing structures allow us to densify the built environment within the urban fabric and breathe new life into dormant beauties. Turning abandoned buildings into housing presents a significant opportunity to mitigate the global housing crisis. I begin with a project in Le Locle by the architect Cédric Scherer. Le Locle in the Jura region is a birthplace of the Swiss watch industry. Founded by an immigrant goldsmith in 1705, it evolved from home workshops to industrial production. Along with neighboring La Chaux-de-Fonds, it became a global watchmaking center. And around 1900, half of world's watches came from these two towns. Both towns became UNESCO World Heritage Sites in 2009. Brands like Tissot, Ulysse Nardin, Zenith and Zodiac originated there. Many declined with the rise of cheap Asian quartz watches. After Zodiac's bankruptcy in 1990, production in Le Locle ceased in 1997. The abandoned 1956 factory by Paul-André Davoine, expanded in 1964 by the same architect, is anchored to the steep hillside above the railway station. With its cantilevered floors, concrete pillars and glazed showroom overlooking the valley, the building was converted after various interim uses into age-appropriate housing. The southern orientation of the building, narrow depth and northern access facilitated the conversion into apartments, while the reinforced concrete structure allowed for flexible floor plans. Each floor now contains 4 apartments, 2 smaller south-facing units and 2 larger corner units with light from the 3 sides. The generous industrial proportions have been retained with exposed concrete columns and beams preserving the building's original character. The former Zodiac factory is defined by its low, elongated windows designed to optimally illuminate the watchmakers' workbenches. Sliding panels replace doors to maintain full room height and create an open, adaptable layout. The building's history remains visible in a natural, understated way. Traces of its past were preserved and subdued with a white interior finish. The 1950s staircase was also retained, so its steps were raised and railings heightened to meet accessibility and heating requirement. Now the project Römerstraße by Michael Meyer and Marius Hug. In Baden, the hot springs at the bend of the Limmat River gave Baden its name. Baden is sparkling. From the town center, the Roman road, Römerstraße, named after its builders, leads into the industrial area where Braun, Boveri and Company, today's ABB, was founded in 1891. A villa belonging to the founders and the extensive industrial complex still bear witness to the site's former splendor. On the wooded steep slope descending to the Limmat stand 4 pavilion-like extensions from the 60s. These delicate office structures were converted into 78 owner-occupied apartments, completed and occupied in 2022. The efficient layout is featuring a southern stair, low tower and laboratory spaces. So this is the existing plan. The southern stair tower is being removed and 2 columns are replaced by spatial stair cores that provide access to the upper floor apartments. The facade, defined by its closely spaced column grid, is preserved, continuing to shape the building's character. The non-load-bearing end wall facing the forest has been removed to open up views to the treetops. The existing floor-to-ceiling height is ideal for the east-west orientated apartments, despite the building's significant depth. Floor slabs have been reinforced with the original ceiling structure used as permanent formwork. This stepped configuration and additional story follow the building's southern orientation. The exposed ceiling structure plays a central role in shaping the spatial experience, emphasizing the generous floor-to-ceiling height and creating a sense of openness and volume. Its bare surfaces reveal the building's structural logic. The raw exposed ceiling structure contrasts with the delicate appearance of the facade. The existing column grid remains dominant, while the cladding of light-colored fiber cement panels follows the expansive textile sunshades. Now I come to a project by Müller-Sigrist and Rapp Architects. It's the former Felix Platter Hospital, a building in Basel from 1962 to 1967. This structure is listed in the inventory of protected buildings and is considered an outstanding example of post-war modernism. Despite renovations in 1999 and 2011, the building no longer met the requirement of a hospital, and the planned demolition was avoided through its conversion to cooperative housing. As part of the concept Miteinanderhaus, living together, the building was transformed into a residential machine with 134 apartments, communal spaces, and public amenities for the neighborhood. The diverse mix of units brings different groups together under one roof, giving new life to the former hospital. Above, you see the hospital floor layout, and below the typical residential floor layout. For earthquake reinforcement, the outer stairs and elevator cores were relocated toward the building's central axis, enhancing vertical stiffness and allowing flexible apartment layouts. To the left, you see the new entrance hall, which represents the most significant intervention in the structure of the former hospital. From the newly created double-height entry, one can either access the rue intérieure, which connects the ground floor functions, or ascend the first of the single-flight staircase to explore the central interior of the building. The loads from the wall above are carried by prominent columns. The theme of openings and visual connection across multiple floors continues throughout the building via the internal circulation. In the center you see the original hospital corridor and to the right the newly configured corridor providing access to the apartments. The original hospital layout In the original hospital layout, the design centered on the patient, with particular attention to arrangement of the rooms. A specific solution was developed using a folded facade articulation, bay windows, and chamfered room corners. The protected southwest facade is the building's richly detailed centerpiece. To upgrade it energetically, a fully glazed layer has been inserted behind the historical facade, creating year-round usable winter curtains in the intervening spaces. The folding of the new interior facade is oriented in contrast to the outer facade, creating interesting spatial forms in the intermediate zone. These areas serve as climate buffers and lodges for the new residents. This approach allowed the architects to optimize the thermal envelope internally while leaving the exterior facade largely unchanged. Aside from replacing some fixed glazing with sliding windows, the facade only required cleaning and selective repairs. Now we come to the project which perhaps you know already because it was quite often published. It's the Weinlager in Basel. Esch-Sinsel architects transformed a former warehouse in Basel into a multi-story residential building. Initiated by the Habitat Foundation, the project creates 64 apartments of varying sizes and typologies designed to accommodate all generations and all ways of life. The units range from 1.5 to 7.5 rooms and are complemented by generous shared spaces that foster community. Floor layout vary widely, including central corridor arrangement, 3-floor apartments, exterior galleries, and maisonette units. The ground floors of the end buildings are animated by a cafe and a fitness center, bringing life and activity to the complex. The original building from 1955, a reinforced concrete structure with a gabled roof, was used for wine storage in the basement and for bottling on the first floor. By 1973, the wine storage building had 3 above-ground floors. The 2 additional floors added that same year were not suitable for use and reuse and had to be dismantled. The 3 original above-ground floors from 1955 are now topped by 3 new residential floors, plus a 6th floor featuring a communal space, laundry rooms, and a rooftop terrace. The remaining concrete frame was stabilized by the architects with 2 massive end structures to resist earthquakes. In between, green steel frames with balconies now flanked apartments on both sides. To make space for them, the architects recessed the floor slabs along the longitudinal sides. This also removed a 1.2 meter high solid and load-bearing parapets that had previously blocked the passage. The powerful mushroom-shaped columns of the former wine house vividly tell the story of the building. They are the most striking elements of the existing structure and form the key starting point for the design. To ensure their impact remains perceptible despite the small-scale layout of the new residential use, they are revealed and highlighted in various ways. In the apartments running across the building, their massive monumentality becomes a direct spatial experience. These columns also form the basis for the internal organization of the building. The overall urban layout is determined by the existing structure, yet along the internal streets, a kind of city within the house emerges. These internal streets connect not only the stairwells, communal rooms and laundry facilities, but above all enable a wide variety of apartment types for all generations and lifestyles. On the raised ground floor, the domestic sphere connect with the urban realm. The internal street opens here into the transverse entrance halls and invites residents into the building via stairs and ramps. The apartment layout are based on a 3-meter grid, with the columns consistently placed in the center of each room. This also applies to the newly added supports. Along the longitudinal facade, load-bearing, peeled tree trunks compensate the loss of the supporting parapets. And at the entrance to the rooms, some interior walls bend at a 45-degree angle, creating diagonal sight lines and making the spaces, sometimes only 2.8 meters wide, but 17 meters deep, feel somewhat more spacious. And to finish, I present shortly a project we recently completed in our own office. Built in 1978 by the well-known Swiss architect Jean-Marc Lamunière to house regional headquarters of an insurance company, the building has finally been occupied by several tenants over years. After the departure of the main tenant, a feasibility study showed that demolition was impossible due to the building's historical value, and that current regulation would not allow a building of the same height, resulting in a loss of rentable spaces. Faced with vacant office spaces and a shortage of housing, the owner decided to abandon a mere refurbishment in favor of conversion into residential units. The building is a listed heritage site, representative of the architectural language of its time and its original architect. A characteristic feature is the series of offset double columns framing maintenance balconies, originally intended to accommodate bioclimatic devices such as vegetation and fixed sunscreens. While these elements reflect an early environment ambition, they were never really functional. Inserting the new apartments into the existing structure presented two major challenges: ensuring sufficient natural light despite the building's considerable depth, and reconciling the dual rhythm of the facade with the regular rhythm of the central columns. The solution links geometrically these two grids, creating angled walls that define the interior spaces of the flats. A central corridor serves 6 apartments on each side of the core, most of which are single-orientated configuration made possible by the building's northwest-southeast orientation. A closer look to a 2.5-room apartment and a larger 4.5-room unit. Each apartment benefits from a deep loggia around which the apartment's layout is organized. The unusual geometry of all the rooms is carefully adapted to dimensional standards for people with reduced mobility. In the center, this is a full-scale model to test the plan's relevance and ultimately convince the client and the Geneva authorities. This model was built on site from the very beginning of the project. An original element of the project is the walkways set within the building's double facade. Originally intended for facade maintenance, these walkways have been converted into balconies and made accessible through the loggias. Due to the regulatory alignment of the original facade, the balcony level could not be altered and therefore sits below the loggias. Adding a step not only addresses the level difference, but also allows the integration of the Venetian blinds from the floor below. The railings have been raised, reinforced and secured with mesh that is almost invisible from the street, so as not to alter the facade's appearance. For structural reasons, the walkway grades had to be replaced. We took the opportunity to use denser slats orientated in the opposite direction to allow more light to reach the interior. And the new facade helps improve the building's overall thermal insulation. The large, generously glazed loggia brings natural light deep into the floor plan, reflecting it throughout the interior. Light-toned materials further enhance the apartment's overall brightness. Each loggia functions both as an outdoor space and as a light trap, channeling sunlight into the deeper areas of the apartment. The existing columns are thoughtfully integrated, serving as key point of spatial articulation within the interior. On the right, the view from the loggia. And to conclude, we need more housing. Renovating and extending existing buildings holds great potential. Careful and respectful transformation can improve outdated spaces without compromising architectural heritage. By viewing buildings as a resource of reusing existing structures, we can reduce emissions while helping to create affordable housing. Returning to my initial point about versatility, I would like to emphasize that successfully refurbishing existing buildings requires not only flexible structures, but also open-minded investors and local authorities. The example I presented illustrates inventive approaches that often challenge existing regulations. They show that working within existing structure is complex and demands creativity to adapt standard housing layouts. Ultimately, we need versatility not only in the built structure, but also in our thinking, to embrace unconventional solutions that make affordable housing possible within existing buildings. Flexibility requires great discipline in architectural design, starting with a clear distinction between serving and served spaces and a rational load-bearing structure that allows moving or adding non-bearing walls to accommodate future spatial layouts. Industrial and commercial buildings, with their large-span load-bearing structure, offer significant potential for conversion. Versatility is also an essential issue for all new projects to ensure the adaptability and sustainability of construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris. Next, I'm going to ask Karin Krokfors from Finland. She's a practitioner, but also a researcher and associative professor at the university. And I think she's going to continue with the topic of versatility because she's going to show her work in that terms. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction and invitation. It's been real honor and pleasure to be here in this event and in these beautiful surroundings. I'm going to talk about only one project, which is developed by our practice, Karin Krokfors Architects, and which is called Living House. This concept has a pilot project which was finished last year. It's affordable rental sector housing. It's called Domino Housing, and it's in Helsinki, and it's part of the developing apartment building project that city runs. The concept itself is a patented, scalable concept and structural system for flexible and adaptable buildings and spaces, and it reflects new understanding of housing, how we should develop and understand housing from the adaptable starting points. Here are some images from the street of the finished buildings. This is from the courtyard, and then the balcony for the common spaces in the upper floor. Then a little bit about the objectives, why we ended up in this solution, that how we sort of thought that housing could be developed further. And the objectives were, like in the previous presentation, the creating enduring built environment. How can we make the buildings last longer, that they are sustainable, and also the affordability that is also very much in the construction, even not compromising for the quality. It's also during the lifespan of the building. And that means creating resilient and regenerative buildings, which we mean in our concept that there is the building itself as its inner quality can create diversity continually. That then you don't have to be able to define that what the future needs are, but it's designing for unpredictable. And that is very difficult in that way, because if we want the buildings endure, we can't predict anymore. So this is sort of made for extending the lifespan of buildings, and it makes also the buildings always to be in appropriate use, that they are resource efficient when they are used, that they can be divided and adapted in a different dwellings, and it's also fast and affordable to make the changes. And of course that people can affect their own housing solutions, becoming creative dwellers. So we, instead of seeing the building as a final product, we think about in this living house concept buildings as processes that are continually evolving according to the needs. This is what has been happening in Finland in the past 10 years. There have been a lot of investor-led housing, and actually they are already in problems with this, because they are affecting quite a lot the markets, and also many of them are built in a way in that you can't really adapt them. So in the long run, it can be very unsustainable. And I see actually that here we are optimizing the wrong unit. We are optimizing the singular dwelling when we should be optimizing the whole building and adapting the whole building. And then to the pilot project itself, how we interpreted that problem, how it could be solved. The living house concept have three main ideas for the flexibility. It has as its basis this unit-based thinking. We developed new structural and technical element system for it. So the idea is the flexibility, and then we made the idea for this construction, which also helped make the easy construction and easy maintenance. What I mean with unit-based thinking is that instead of having these flats in a certain sizes, we have units that can be combined into bigger flats or separated in the smaller flats. And here you can see on the left the units in this diagram. It's not a modular unit, it's more like an abstract unit, and they can be combined into any size of dwellings. And each unit, because of that, has to have its own entrance door. Here is Domino again, the spatial units division, and it has actually an endless amount of different apartment sizes. So when the city structure changes, also the dwelling distribution can change. And this is the Domino housing in Oulunkylä in Helsinki. As a starting point for the dwelling distribution, here on the third floor, you can see where the units are the same as the dwellings, but other floors are combinations of them. And on the left, you can see the core structure, which is composed by these technical elements, and next to them, the spaces or rooms can specialize to any type of rooms. And then the new structural and technical element system that combines, they are the gray ones, dark gray ones in there, that combine both the load-bearing structure, most of the building, and most of the technical service systems that run through the building, the water, air, drains, and everything. And that makes it very easy to modify the room spaces. And it also makes the actual architectural design free, because they only run in the vertical direction. You can design in any kind of way the elevation in interiors, and also for different typologies. And here we developed into these technical elements this plug-in system, which is same for different room types, and no horizontal piping is needed. So you are plugging in for the vertical shafts always. And on the lower row, you can see there are the bathrooms and kitchens. They have the same fixtures. And if it's a normal room, they just put a gypsum board over it to hide these fixtures. And this also makes it so that even the bathrooms don't have to be above each other, that the room times can change in every floor according to need. And here are some examples of Domino apartments. Here you can see that the kitchens can be extended. Then you can cover the doors, that there are too many. And also you can see how the units can be changed, that the position is always there. And here is also thinking of maybe the potential time span if you need a figuration which you add bathrooms, like a group home solutions, which is made out of these two units on the left of it, that it's easy to add also. It's easy to take away, it's easy to change, it's easy to add bathrooms, which usually is the problem in the housing and costly. And here is the easy construction and maintenance. Here you can see the shaft line which runs through the whole building, and the other side of it is openable. You don't need to open it because of the plugging systems, but only in the system renovations, like every 50 or 60 years. And here in the finished flat, but you don't actually see that sort of system, that technical system that there is. And here you can see how you build it easily, providing the most of the carrying structures and also the technical systems. So you sort of build them off-site and transfer them to the construction site. And even though mostly these technical elements are concrete, you can make these for wooden buildings, you can make them any other kind of material too. And here to recap the sort of the things in the living house concept is that it's suitable for all building types. So domino was one manifestation of it, and it doesn't hinder architectural design. Architect can define the building typology and the unit sizes according to aspirations of the client and the program, and owner developers can save in life cycle costs, because many buildings come down because it's almost as costly to change them than to build new. And you can easily split larger dwellings into smaller ones or combine them if needs or the market conditions change, even very near the construction or later on. And inhabitants can have more say in their dwelling solutions. And in broader view, buildings are in efficient use also in the urban context, because they can reflect the societal changes and changes in need. So in a way, we don't build wrong kind of buildings in the city structure. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Karin. And next I'm going to invite Corinne Girard-Young to present her presentation. And I believe we can also continue with the topic because it should be related to off-site constructions.
Sorry. It's a paperless conference, so I came with my laptop, Yes, indeed, it's a smooth plug-in system, is a smooth transition to off-site construction. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Previous speakers addressed Europe's triple housing challenge: affordability, sustainability, and quality. Off-site industrialized construction has the potential to offer a pathway to address all three simultaneously. By shifting from bespoke in-situ prototypes to digitally enabled manufacturing, the sector can deliver housing that is faster, cleaner, and more predictable, without compromising design integrity. As co-chair of the ACE Urban and Housing Transformation Work Group, we examined how off-site construction is evolving through a series of award-winning European projects that demonstrate what is possible and what challenges remain. We will address the question, how can off-site construction scale affordability, sustainability, and quality, not just by cutting costs, but by making housing financially, environmentally, and socially sustainable at scale. For centuries, we've built in situ, each building a kind of one-off prototype. This craftsmanship-driven model has undeniably value, but it also explains why the construction sector, despite being one of the world's largest, struggles with low productivity. Leading studies suggest that productivity could improve considerably if we move towards manufacturing-like processes, where much of the work happens in controlled factory settings. So the real question is, how can industrialization serve architectural quality rather than diminishing it? When we say industrialized construction, many might think of concrete post-war prefab blocks or steel frames as we were presented this morning. But today's offsite is different. It's shaped by digital design, robotics, and bio-based materials, making it possible to produce buildings that are beautiful, sustainable, and precise. Moreover, today's offsite techniques are digital, flexible, and sustainable. They align with the European Green Deal, the new European Bauhaus, and the revised Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. Architects are to play a pivotal role in ensuring that industrialized construction remains design-driven and not cost-driven. Let's look at two Paris projects that show off site's potential for urban infill in regeneration. First, the Résidence Paris Nation, an award-winning 14-story unit timber project built deep inside a city block. Here, access and weight constraints made traditional construction impossible. By prefabricating the timber structure off-site and bringing it through a parking ramp and a temporary opening in the slab, the team delivered high-quality homes with minimal disruption. Then, Résidence Osta, built above the Paris Ring Road. It's a lightweight, 100% timber superstructure that tripled the building height without reinforcing the slab. Off-site fabrication solved the logistical and structural challenges and created new student housing on an underused urban footprint. Of note, this project has been nominated for the first ever French Off-Site Construction Award, launched this year by the Association Filière Hors Site, with the French National Order of Architects as founding members. Both projects demonstrate that off-site can unlock affordability in the urban core, where space, noise, and time constraints usually make construction prohibitively expensive. Moving on to Germany, the Franklin Village project, winner of the German Architecture Prize 2025, is part of the transformation of a former US military base in Meinheim, a neighborhood being designed for around 10,000 residents with a mix of housing, community facilities, and public spaces. The project is built using CLT timber frames and composite floor systems. The innovation here is flexibility. The modules can be configured into a wide range of apartment types, adapting to different family and community needs, an approach that makes social and affordable housing diverse, dignified, and adaptable. Résidence Moulin du Bois in Nantes looks at affordability through renovation. Part of the Energy Sprong initiative, the goal was to achieve net zero energy performance through rapid off-site retrofitting. Entire facades, timber frames with bio-based insulation, Douglas fir cladding, windows and shading were prefabricated and installed with minimal disruption to residents. The project, thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you. The project won the 2025 French Regional Timber Construction Prize and is nominated for the National Offsite Award in the renovation category. This project shows that affordability isn't only about new builds. By using offsite to retrofit, we can reduce cost, improve comfort, and drastically cut energy bills, helping to achieve affordable, energy-efficient living at scale. Our final project, the Moss Uterpi Social Housing Project, is a modular off-site project comprising 30 prefabricated units of varying sizes with common spaces spread throughout. Although the ACE work group has generally favored 2D component-based systems for their flexibility and interchangeability, this project highlights the important role that 3D modular prefabrication can play in advancing efficiency, sustainability, and replicable design standards while maintaining quality. This 3D prefabrication delivers affordable, high-quality, and sustainable homes. Led by a Dutch startup focused on circular construction, Moss introduces a fully demountable and reusable building system designed to address the Netherlands' housing crisis. Each module is built using sustainable, recycled, and bio-based materials, such as recycled concrete floors and cross-laminated timber walls, minimizing waste and carbon impact. By merging standardization and thoughtful architecture, Moss Uterpi proves that modular housing can achieve affordability, environmental responsibility, and enduring design quality while offering adaptable solutions for future social and climate emergency needs. Of course, there are real challenges. Off-site construction demands a different ecosystem, stronger collaboration between architects and manufacturers, better digital skills, harmonized standards across Europe. And there is the affordability paradox. Scale is needed to reduce cost, but scale requires major investments. New procurement models are needed, fair risking sharing, and public leadership. We must also avoid a loss of design diversity. Industrialization can easily slip into repetition, so maintaining architectural identity is critical. And beyond technology and finance, cultural acceptance is key. As these examples have shown, placing architects at the heart of the manufacturing process is key to ensuring off-site construction delivers not just affordability and sustainability, but uncompromising quality. Off-site construction is a transformational shift on how we design and collaborate. Digital twins and AI are already creating feedback loops between design, fabrication, and building performance, improving efficiency while reducing waste. And if scaled responsibility, this approach could democratize access to high-quality housing, turning efficiency into equity. Off-site construction is more than a tactical revolution. It's a cultural and social opportunity to build better, faster, and for everyone. I close with some recent headlines showing the growing momentum of off-site construction across Europe and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne, and please stay on the podium, and I'm going to ask Suzanne, Karin, and Doris, please come to the podium. and we're going to have a short discussion. I'm saying short because longer the presentation, shorter the discussion. That's the rule. But still, I would like to start with one very simple thing. Okay. I would like to start with a very simple thing. Please, if you want to comment on each other's presentation, please do so. Or if you have any remarks or questions to each other's work, I think it would be a really great start because like you deal with very much similar issues and topics, but maybe you've got different opinions. So that's an option. You don't have to do that, but if you want, please, you've got microphones. Any one of you can start. I think it should be open. It should be. Do you want?
Maybe I can start. I was actually very surprised how many similarities there were in all the presentations. That it's sort of that how important this flexibility and also this off-site building is, because we can get them affordable, we can get them quicker, and building quicker is also, in the first phase, is also important for the cost. So.
Karin, I have just one question for you. It's coming from the audience, and the question is very simple. It's like, is designing flexible housing like Domino, is it more demanding on architects? And then there's a really good question. Should it be paid more or adapted into regular practice?
Well, I like the last part, that it should become a regular practice, but it's actually a very good question, because actually when you're doing a flexible housing, you have to design more, because you have to sort of think beforehand some of the potential solutions in a way that you have the dimensioning right. But of course, if the flexible concept is such that you can change it easily, then you don't have to predict. But there is this architect that is needed quite a lot in this design.
Okay, yeah, please, anyone.
I already asked you before, you said this is the first project that you did with this flexible, with these walls, and are you planning to have new projects also in this construction?
Yes. Yeah, I'm hoping that it could be sort of further developed and built in many places. This was the first, yeah.
And was it your idea, or did it come from the client?
It was actually my idea, which I introduced for this developing housing apartment building project for Helsinki, and then they provided a site for it. And it's a very, very interesting program in that way, because it tries to promote innovation.
And all the walls are already installed, or is it just an empty wall and you install it when you need it?
You mean the technical? Yeah, everything should be, maybe one of the finish line is not installed, but we are hoping to develop a product that everything is finished, that you just bring it and connect it. But of course there is some things you have to do on the construction side, but we're trying to make it as small that you can really put the focus on the finishing and the quality of the interiors then, yeah.
And it's also off-site construction, these elements?
This was actually built on site quite a lot, but we have an element provider who could sort of do that. Hope to expand that also.
Well, obviously, I have a question regarding...
Please to the microphone.
Off-site construction. Which of the projects that you presented would have had CLTs or off-site construction today?
The projects I showed, I can just speak about my own experience. This one was very site-specific, because we had to adapt all the layout on the existing building. But in our practice, we are used to work with off-site elements, but more for the facades and not for, as you did, for the technical installations. But the experience that we have is that even if we design a facade with, we have one project, I think we had 300 same elements, but in the fact, at the end of the 300, we had 240 different types, because we did also a flexible floor plan, but you always have another connection between the facade element and then a separating wall. So I'm not so sure if you really gain money, or you are more economic if you work with off-site elements. Of course, you are quicker, and time is money. But otherwise, I'm not so sure if this is really the good solution. And also, when I see the projects you presented, how do you integrate the site specificness? Because in Switzerland, we are used to adapt all projects on his special site, because once it's on a slope, then on a flat land, and then on the slope is a little bit different with another. Once the slope looks to the north and once to the south. So these off-site elements, how can you adapt them on the specific sites?
It's a good question, but I think it wasn't actually what I was addressing today on these projects that we selected. But I'm sure, given the quality, and if I had looked exactly at the orientation of every project, I could have probably confirmed that they were contextual in their approach. Yes.
So are they repeatable?
Well, the last one, are they repeatable? Well, the other thing that I mentioned in the off-site construction is that we can actually custom manufacture today because of digital and robotics. So we can actually enter so this was what we've researched, is that we can custom manufacture. So those elements that you were saying, that you came up with 200 additional different components, I think that this is what custom manufacturing can provide with our digital breakthroughs that we've been making. So in other words, that the element that comes into the factory floor they're all different, and completely controlled by digital or robotics that create the component. So I feel that that is another aspect, is that we can customize manufacturing, and that's what we examined and looked at that too. So it is happening.
Yeah. So this is in a way a new learning lesson for the architects, and also
I don't know.
for reuse project. But I would like to ask Suzanne that, because you do both, you do new construction and you do reuse, is there something that you have taken from the reuse that you can apply in the new construction? Is there a learning lesson there, or are they sort of two different things?
You mean learning from the reuse to the new, or from one project to the next?
No.
Maybe that what there is in reuse, because that will be our future also as architects very much, so that you can take in the new construction.
Well, difficult question. I think it was quite interesting that the four speeches were so different, like your projects are so different to what you presented, and I'm somehow in between this reuse projects and the new projects, and I think actually it's very different. The way we very often try to go on with the construction that we found. So like the second project that I showed you, we took the concrete construction for the new project as well, but we covered it with new walls. So we somehow took over the old concept, and the same happened to other projects we did. And yeah, because maybe again to your question before with the cross-laminated timber, the first project that I showed, we used this roof, ceilings as well, and but we didn't. It was also produced off-site, but not by a big firm or in a factory. It was produced by a local carpenter. And I mean, for this carpenter firm, it was a big project, but still I think when the project, you should substitute with your project the local carpenters and not only this big companies or industrial companies. It's a big theme for the future. And also for our role as architects, because my personal experience is that our role as architects ends very soon when the industrial firm takes over. We are only the design makers, and we hand in the drawings at the authorities. And then that was it. And actually, I'm a little bit a dinosaur maybe, but our firm likes to really do the whole project until the end. But with this prefabricated off-site projects, I think that's the end of our normal, or the way we as architects worked until now. We probably, what Doris showed us, this is more the future than probably. Yeah.
There's one more question from the audience, and it's for you. And it's about, it's actually two questions, but like one is, if you believe that the wood structure is actually like good for environment, or if it could be more damage for the environment.
This is an easy question.
And the other one is, I think, a bit more complex, and it's like, do you think we can migrate to like more of like wooden construction in like much bigger scale than so far?
Thank you for the easy questions. Well, of course, in my opinion, it's the only way to construct in the future. I mean, I just spent time in New York 2 weeks ago, and I was very disillusioned that my horizon or my wish that we would build more with wood or that would take over. This doesn't work at all in a city like New York, at least for the bigger scales, but actually it is possible, and more there are more and more examples that it works. It's maybe at the moment not cheaper, but when you calculate it all with all the following costs for the environment, it's probably already now cheaper.
Okay, I can take one question from the audience if you need. If not, then fine, because, can I have a microphone? We have also one question from the audience to Sabine, actually, like into her previous presentation, and I'm just gonna read it. It was about your own project, so-called like a Woman House project, and it's, the question is like, what is the anticipated lifespan for the housing design, and how does it transition as the children grow up? Specifically that place, and it was like all 4 children.
So the anticipated lifespan on the whole is nowadays, I think, 80 years. And that's terrible, because we all live in Vienna, most of us live in houses which are some 100 years old, so it's really terrible. But to the change, it might look as if children would be the main topic, but that's not true. The main topic was solidarity and synergy. And the group of elder women was already rather big when they went into the project. And it is now more or less the main topic. And some of the elder women became really old now. There's also one dement woman in there. And it works really quite well because she's really captured very fine in this inner corridor and the terrace and the main living space. So this works quite well. And we had one goal was that every common space, like the library, the common living room, and even the sauna on the top, every common space can be rebuilt into an apartment. So they all have the toilet, the water, and a plug-in to kitchen. So if time changes, then this is possible. But as for every somehow co-housing project, it was not a co-housing, but it was similar. It's always crucial, how will it change and will it change? There's a very strong group of women and they have a specific contract to the cooperative. So if an apartment gets empty, they can look for another woman coming into the project, another feminist coming into the project. It's now also open to the queer community. And only if they don't find anybody, then the cooperative brings into the project somebody. But this, of course, creates also sometimes a bit conflict.
Thank you. Thank you very much for explaining this, and thank you for having this discussion. And now we have a 15-minute break, so we're going to continue 14 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back again to the main hall. I know there is a lot to talk about, and I also know this break was quite short, but still, please come into the main hall that we can start. So again, this time seriously, we are about to start our last session, which is dedicated to policy making and decision makers. So in the previous Thank you very much. So in the previous panel, we've been looking at something physical and quite easily imaginable. This is going to be a bit more different. It's really about policy making, about the invisible stuff, which actually have quite deep influence on everything which we see around us. And we're going to start by the presentation of Lucia Codet, but Lucia is not in here. She's physically in Brussels, so she's going to be online, but she's a member of Housing Task Force at the European Commission, and we hope we're going to get a bit of insight from her about the European Commission plan in relation to affordable housing in the future. So if we can join to Brussels, then Lucia, if you can hear, then it's yours, and you've got a couple of minutes and the audience is listening.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Firstly, do you hear me okay? Yes?
Yes, it's everyone's saying okay.
Very good. Thank you. So, first of all, thank you so much. I'm really delighted to be with you. Of course, it would be so much nicer to be there in person. It would have been much more enjoyable. And I also feel a little bad having a dry policy session after lunch. It's probably not the most refreshing session. But firstly, I'd like to say, so I'm Lucia Codet. I am the Deputy Head of Unit at the Housing Task Force in the Commission. You will probably all know that housing has become really a top priority across Europe, and there's also for the European Union. President von der Leyen made it a political priority. She has framed very clearly the housing crisis as a social crisis, but also increasingly as a competitiveness crisis. Because not only are the most vulnerable the most affected, but we also see increasingly that middle-income families are affected. Young people cannot accept job opportunities because they cannot find affordable housing, and essential workers like nurses or teachers face similar challenges. So for the first time in this 5-year mandate, we have a Commissioner for Housing, Dan Jurgensen, who together with colleagues in the college and with all Commission services, we are working on the first ever European Affordable Housing Plan for next month, which is why I couldn't join you, because I was really required to spend the time here in the office. The overall approach is that we want to increase affordable housing, but we also want to do this in a way that does not compromise sustainability or quality. And that's a difficult triangle, perfect triangle to find, but that is very much the overall objective, and I will come back to that. I should say, of course, that housing per se remains primarily the competence and responsibility of the member states, of regions and of cities, a number of which are represented with you today. But we believe that we can only, with a concerted effort and by complementing each other's efforts, deliver the homes that our citizens deserve. So the European European Affordable Housing Plan will identify some key factors driving the crisis, identify areas where action is needed to increase supply, to unleash investment, to trigger reforms, and to support the people in the areas most affected. And then it will identify in those actions where the EU can add value to national, regional, and local efforts. We will also devote particular attention to how we can best work together in the future in all these different levels of governance. You will also see, as part of what will be announced in December, a revision of state aid rules, a dedicated strategy on housing construction, and also communication and a draft council recommendation of the new European Bauhaus that I'm sure you're very familiar with. Just a couple of words on the process. This year, 2025, we have really spent a lot of time listening to stakeholders, public authorities, members of European Parliament. We had a broad-ranging public consultation. We have benefited from excellent input from a broad range of stakeholders, including, of course, the Architects Council of Europe and national chambers, including the Czech Chamber of Architects. So I'm really delighted and honored by your invitation. The European Parliament has set up a special committee. The European Council and the Council of Ministers are also working on housing. Housing really is one of the top priorities at the moment. And of course, our plan will also draw on the independent recommendations that our Housing Advisory Board will present shortly. And I am thrilled that you have invited Patricia Haupt, who is a member of this advisory board, as a speaker in this panel. Now, on substance, you will understand that I cannot today disclose everything that will be in the plan, but just to highlight maybe some of the areas that I think are particularly relevant for you, and I won't be able to cover all of them in detail, of course, in little time. But a very strong focus is the fact that we need to address the imbalance between housing supply and demand. And in doing so, inevitably, new homes will need to be built. But at the same time, we also believe that we need to make better and more efficient use of the existing building stock, both by renovating derelict housing units, repurposing buildings which might be currently devoted for commercial or industrial use, and generally bringing vacant properties, which are quite significant across Europe, back into use. We also think, even though that goes a bit beyond the scope of what we do in the Housing Task Force, that we need a concerted effort to also make rural areas more attractive. So rather than trying to attract more and more people to cities and expand the urban environments more and more, we also make sure that by investing in transport links, connectivity, and infrastructure in general, we also make other areas more attractive so that we have also more balanced and sustainable development across the EU. When we look at supply, we are, of course, looking at the fact that the construction and renovation industry suffers from low productivity, high costs, and an acute lack of skilled labor. So expect to see an important focus on the need to invest in more technology, in modern methods of construction, in more circularity and resource efficiency, and of course in the need to invest in skilled workers who really match the new requirements in terms of a skill set brought about by the green and digital transition. I mentioned earlier that it's very important for us that affordability should not come at the expense of sustainability and quality. Sustainability, of course, we have in mind energy efficiency, but we also have in mind efficiency of materials, water, mobility, adaptation to climate change, all these considerations. And finally, of course, ensuring that affordable and social housing is of the quality that our citizens deserve. We always say a home is more than just a house or 4 walls and a roof. It requires more than that. And of course, there, the new European Bauhaus plays a very important role. Since its launch in 2020, it has promoted beauty, sustainability, inclusivity in our neighborhoods. And so we are exploring how we can, how the new European Bauhaus can contribute by scaling up funding and developing and replicating new solutions for more inclusive, fair and accessible neighborhoods. I will try to be brief. Also mention that we are looking very importantly at the issue of red tape, or which is a term that we tend to use for complex and cumbersome rules at all levels of governance, from building codes, land use, zoning policies, planning, permitting, procurement, etc. There's a big convergence that this is one of the main areas actually slowing down and holding back supply and increasing complexity and therefore cost. Now, we at the EU level are, of course, ready to play our part in the game and look at whether there's anything in EU legislation that would require simplification. Having said that, most of these requirements actually stem from national, regional, and sometimes layers of additional local requirements in the absence of EU law, be it on minimum sizes of plots or minimum numbers of parking spaces. So this really is an area where we need to join up efforts at all levels of governance to simplify bureaucracy, all while ensuring that our climate and environmental and other safety objectives are not compromised. I think since you have a busy agenda, I will probably stop here just to, this was not an exhaustive overview of what to expect in the plan. There will also be a very strong focus on the need to mobilize public and private investment, on the need to trigger and steer structural reforms. Of course, a lot of focus also on how best to protect those who are most affected by the crisis. And as I said earlier, also how best to work together at all levels of governance. There's a very strong demand actually to have to benefit from mutual learning, to be able to exchange best practices and learn from each other across the EU, among cities, regions, member states, and stakeholders. And we hope that we can play a facilitating role in that respect. I hope this gives you a bit of a teaser of what is to come, and I look forward to the next interventions and the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lucia. And next I'm going to invite Patricia Haupt. She's a university professor at the University of Krakow, Faculty of Architecture, but also, as we heard, member of the Affordable Housing Unity Group. And I believe we learned something about the situation in Poland, but maybe not only that.
Yes, thank you very much for this invitation. Being an architect, it was quite challenging to start working on Housing Advisory Board, which is an independent body, so it's not a part of European Commission. It's a body of 15 experts appointed by Commissioner Dan Jorgensen to help develop affordable housing plan. So I was precisely instructed not to go deeply into details because our recommendations are going to be released in 2 weeks' time. So for that, I beg for your patience. So today I will try to explain a little bit about the policies, but also introduce some solutions that are right now in the process in Poland to to actually achieve affordable housing for all. And the main field I think that we as architects should be interested in is the quality. So as it was said in the previous talk, in the previous presentation, ensuring higher quality and sustainability and inclusivity of housing is a priority. But it does not only depend on the quality of the buildings themselves, but also on location and community integration, because housing, it's not only about the infrastructure, it's also about the community. So our concern, as it was previously said, is not only the sort of urban-rural divide, but also the peri-urban areas, because these are the legacy of the urban sprawl period, and it is also our concern to produce good quality for that. So I believe the initiatives that are undertaken, that were mentioned, affordable housing initiatives, European Bauhaus and European Green Deal, those are the ones that actually add up to achieve the main goals. So ensure access to high quality, energy efficient, affordable housing, and also include aesthetics and inclusivity, and climate neutrality. So also the goals that are connected with the climate. In numbers, the situation in reality, what we have in European context and in Polish context. So we have, of course, the rising demand, and that is causing the supply gaps. The problem of the households really lies not only in the rent costs, but also the mobility poverties and the energy cost burdens. So these are the elements that add up to the situation. The next factor, very important in Poland, is the cost of rental and the cost of mortgage that is increasing. And there is no universal solution. There is no universal solution for all the countries, because the state members have different backgrounds, different policies, but there are some universal principles that we can follow, that we can address, even with the different spread and distribution of the ownership, as we can see here in this chart. So in Poland, the situation is a bit dramatic because of the solutions that were actually incorporated within the previous years. So we started quite well within the year 2000, and from that we had the social initiatives, and then that would support the housing, but after a period of time, starting in 2015, the main mechanism for financing affordable housing was subsidizing the mortgage, the loans for the houses, which actually caused the market prices to rise and the regular market housing to expand, not really the social or affordable housing as it is. There is also a point on what affordable housing is. In Polish language, we don't really have such a term to be translated from English to affordable housing. So the perception of the social affordable housing is not really a positive one. So we need to also struggle with the with the education that is our mission as architects, that affordable doesn't always is not connotated with low quality. We have to make that change, we have to make that transition that affordable can also be good quality. So in here we can see the supply and demand in number of dwellings and the qualities and the share in between the different types of investments. So mostly it is still private ownership. That is the number of private-owned households is raising, and then the other initiatives are dropping. That's the main point. And also, in Poland, the state expenditure on housing construction is quite low comparing to other state members. So quickly, we have been introducing constantly different solutions, subsidizing the mortgage, but also social building societies, TBS it's called in Polish, social housing initiatives, most of them are designed to be a rent-to-own process, so it can be more acceptable socially. And the point is how to actually how to ensure quality of those complexes, of those developments. So we have several projects that have been completed within this project. So you have, so usually this is, it is not required to run a competition, even though it's a publicly owned or partially publicly owned initiative. So in some cases, such as this one, these are only the tenders, not the competitions. But in some cases, we have some mechanisms, so we can use actually the architectural competition as a tool to provide this quality, even in affordable housing. In some cities, this is another initiative like social building society. So, and when you compare the quality of the housing, I think it is, social and affordable housing, it has been raising constantly because of the different mechanisms. But the ones that are the most affordable ones, for example, the cooperatives of the new types, they don't ensure any type of quality. So this is actually something that we all need to work on to provide that quality to the design. So to sum up, we have different types of procurement that can be run, and in some cases the cities are responsible also for quality, so they put that on board, and the councils for the quality of public space has some influence on what is actually being developed. So these are some mechanisms, but these are rather scattered. So we can take from the housing paradigm actions of Housing Europe that will be probably presented later on, so I will not go into details. But for what are the goals of the Affordable Housing Advisory Boards can be actually put in those three main points. So the housing quality is also quality of public space. So we are all responsible for the built environment, for the housing environment. That housing is responsible for quality of life, which was said in the first session. And housing is also about quality of the environment. It also goes hand in hand, it has to go hand in hand, so all the policies should be in that way aligned. And we see the solutions in, of course, the guidelines and the special procedures for permitting and planning, financing, of course, and what is, I think, one of the most important points, skills, supply chains, and capacity building in terms of university education and also the vocational education. So this should be our mission to actually do that. In order to achieve our goals, affordability, sustainability equals design excellence. And in the end, I needed to put some pictures because I'm an architect, so we already encourage students to deal with that issues in their first bachelor diploma project. So we try to somehow make that happen. But from what I have seen in the previous presentations, we are already in the process that actually warms my heart, because it's not only what we are talking about, but we have seen in the previous panel's presentation that it is already ongoing prototyping process. So the way is to, our goal is to replicate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And next, I'm going to invite Petra Korlar from Mikulov. She's a deputy mayor in there, and for those of you who don't know, it's an extremely beautiful town. She deals with heritage tourism and of course, like, let's say, the life in this place. But I think it needs to be said that it's extremely protected, and let's hear what kind of challenges that brings.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Every time as a communal politician I have an opportunity to speak such a erudited audience, it's really a great, valuable opportunity for me, hearing you and also having a chance to share my experience. Before I start, I would like to say that I am not an architect. I studied literature and aesthetics. And as a politician, before I entered politics, I worked in different fields. And in my life, I had the chance to live in Paris in the 90s, in the 14e arrondissement. As a young professional, I started to work in London in the noughties, which was also a great time. And I also had a chance to live 1 year in Vienna. Now I am living 15 years in Mikulov. And for the last 3 years, I'm involved in politics at the communal level. In my presentation, because you are an audience from abroad, I would like first to present the city. Mikulov is located far away from Prague. We are in South Moravian region, 50 kilometers from Brno, 70 kilometers from Vienna, and about 100 kilometers from Bratislava. The location is great, and therefore the town is also having a very important cultural heritage because it has been a crossroad for centuries. What I would like to say is that what is interesting probably for you, that for the last 200 years roughly, the amount of the citizens has not changed. It's about 7,500 inhabitants, and the scale of the city is built for that amount. And we, over the last 100 years, in the 20th century, the city has come from important change of population. We used to have a German-speaking population, important Jewish community, and all that has changed after Second World War. Since then, the city has been repopulated with new inhabitants, which is important to say if you think about the public space, architecture, and also some kind of living standards. So today, Mikulov is still preserving the heritage. We are also part of the UNESCO biosphere. It is still a very attractive city to live, despite the fact that the population has changed dramatically several times over the 20th century. And a last important fact that I need to address at the beginning is the fact that we are very attractive for tourism, and it has changed a lot of the life in the city over the last 10, 15 years, maybe. Now down a little bit to the, I would say, study case of Mikulov. For you, to give you an idea what we are experiencing as communal politicians when it comes to life in a city and what we want to offer to our citizens, these are our numbers. As a town, we managed to keep quite rich or quite big portfolio of flats. We have about 380 municipal flats which we are renting to the citizens. And we also managed, because of the attractivity, to have or to be attractive for private developers. Over the last 15 years, the private sector has developed more than 500 units of flats, which is great. We don't have to build it, they are doing it for us. So those are the advantages, but it also has some disadvantages. Owning 380 flats in a historical town is very demanding on the maintenance. We do have a company, town hall company, who takes care of the housing for us. Nevertheless, we are still in deficit, and we are paying, in order to maintain the quality of these houses, quite a bit from our budget that we receive every year from the government. Also, having such a strong focus on from the private sector meant that being attractive in the retail, also local peoples tend to sell their homes. And the market, therefore, is very quick, very fast. And as I say, over the last 15 years, since I live in the city has been sold about 3 times. I know it because I see it in my neighborhood, and it's something quite specific as well. So the paradox, the fact that I called paradox, even if you are an attractive city to live, and you can be attractive even if you are small, if you have the assets, and we do, and even if you have the local development happening, you might still be so-called hard for the housing affordability. And this is tricky. What can we do in this situation? That is more or less my question that I come here today to ask you, and I already heard some points on that, and I would like to discuss it a little bit more. So what we, local political leaders, can do to afford or to create affordable living in our town. There are several things. One of the first that we can think is, of course, to help to preserve the portfolio. And that, of course, regulations are key. But that is not, as you can see on the Mikulov case, the only thing. Even if you can build, and we can consider 500 flats over the last 15 years as being a successful development, that doesn't necessarily mean you have the affordable housing. Money, how to finance it, of course, this is key. And in the Mikulov case, if we would like to preserve the historical heritage, as I said, which is costly, we need to secure our income. And our income is based on the amount of citizens in our town. That's key. So being at the risk of not being affordable for citizens, we are at the risk of being short of money. And therefore, that is also a very important factor there. When I said that Mikulov is having about 7,500 citizens over the last 150 years, we also have to take in account the demography of the last 5 years, which is giving a very negative trends. We are very much inclining in the natality, and we can see, if you go down to the numbers, population decreasing. The fact that we stay on the same number is due to the fact that we had about 300 Ukrainians, refugees coming to our city who stayed and who helped us to maintain the numbers the same. But the trends are basically behind it quite negative. So having citizens is absolutely key for our income, and so we can reinvest into the public space and into the housing portfolio. Better cooperation with developers. This is also a very important topic because being attractive city, the development can be sometimes very wild, and if you want to preserve a historical city, you need to have regulations. And we as local politicians, we are not so good at it. Therefore, in Mikulov, we started to actually pay a city architect for the first time, and I have to say it has been a massive help in this field when we deal with bigger developers who want to do kind of dense and big development. We need to have a professional on our side. So a city architect to help the cooperation of developers is absolutely key. Learn from Vienna, definitely. We are at 70 kilometers from Austria and from Vienna. And I believe that the long-term planning that is in Vienna for decades is something that we have to take in account when we talk today where we want to be in 30 years. And if I said that Mikulov has managed to be preserved and at the same amount of citizens for 100 years, more than 100 years, we today have to have the goals set in a long term. Regulate. This is probably the most crucial thing. Because if we do not have affordable living now in Mikulov, because it's too expensive for private ownership for families, and because also the rentals are very high, that's because of the irregulated market in short-term rentals, the Airbnb, which is a very difficult situation where we are in as a communal politicians, because we do not want, of course, to be against the economy of tourism, which brings us a lot of benefits and employs a lot of people, but the negative impacts on the life of the citizens, especially when we speak about Airbnbs in the residential area, is absolutely distracting, and it puts the tourist as the level, on the level of terrorist, and it creates the human conflict, and it is impossible to solve if we do not regulate at a higher level than on the municipal. Other regulation in Czech Republic particularly is the private investment ownership. The fact that we have 500 flats, but not new flats, but not an increase in population shows us that you can actually have a flat and not necessarily having there a tenant or live there yourself. That means that owning secondary properties in Czech Republic is very affordable, and that creates a kind of rises the prices for the normal people, and that's where we become not so easy when it comes to affordable living. Again, the position of a communal politician here is tricky, it's not up to us, it's up to the much bigger level of discussions. So I was happy that here today there was the Minister of Regional Development and other representatives, because I think it's also a topic that we need to assess. And towards the end of my presentation, I only would like to say that even small cities can be attractive for life. And I mean for a life of today, that we have a lot to offer. When I said that I grew up in Paris, lived many years in London, had a short experience in Vienna, I have to say that living in a small city where my daughter can go to school just 5 minutes from home, and even with my husband working still in Vienna today, he works mostly remote from home as well, is something that I consider as a huge quality. And we want to compete, and I believe we can compete with the quality of life of bigger cities, but we need to stay affordable in a housing in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petra. And next I'm going to ask Wolfgang Amann, who is director of the Institute for Real Estate Construction and Housing from Vienna. And he's been involved in hundreds of projects related to housing. So I think like he can share his vast knowledge of these issues and maybe even think about like foreseeable future.
Yeah, thank you for being here at this great place, and thank you to Daniel Fügenschuh who brought me here. I will tell you quite a different story, and this is about single-family homes, detached homes. Is it a fading dream? I saw on the program there it ends with a dot. In my presentation it is with a question mark, and this is meant seriously. So different to many speakers of today and many architects and many regional planners, I think that the detached house is not at its end. We should consider to develop this typology, and this is the content of my presentation. So, from a helicopter perspective, the single-family home, of course, is a threat for many people. I go to the next picture right away. This is an aerial picture from the Rhine Valley in Vorarlberg, Rheintal, close to Lake Constance. This is the place where I come from. And here you can see quite clearly what I mean when I say the threat of the single-family home. Urban sprawl is something which is indeed a difficult thing to handle, and if you take ortho photos from 50 years ago and compare it with current photos, the difference is so significant. We have a lot of disadvantages of conventional single-family homes. Everybody of you knows about this. It is about land consumption. If you have detached houses on 1,000 square meters, you will have a huge loss of agricultural land, of landscape. You will miss CO2 sinks. There is the question of water retention, biodiversity, etc. At the same time, urban sprawl, fraying settlement edges, so you lose the center of the cities, the center of the villages, if all the young people would build their new houses on the edges of the settlement. It has a very large ecological footprint, both in construction and during operation. So the average energy consumption is at least 4 times the one of apartments in multi-apartment buildings. You have high costs for municipalities for technical infrastructure, roads, public transport, sanitation, and etc. And the question of induced private transport. You all know the fancy single-family home, passive house, but 2 SUVs in the garage. So this is a very typical issue and pattern. But you also have to consider the positive sides of detached houses. It is the preferred tenancy of the majority of population. I was quite struck by a survey which was made recently that even the post-COVID generation, those people which follow us, those people who are now in their 20s, the majority of them, some 60%, still favor the detached house as the perfect accommodation for them. So this has not changed, and it is very much the question, what do they like so much on the single-family home? Another advantage is activation of private capital, including sweat equity. And this is again something which we need today very much. I do not know how it is in Czech Republic, but in Austria we have a situation that many young people say, own property, my own house, I will never achieve, it's too expensive, I cannot afford this, never ever. Why should I work 40 hours a week and be diligent and try to make money? So many young people decide to go for 30-hour jobs and stay in rent and do less than they could. And this might be good for them, but for society, we need, again, a momentum of people who want to change something, who want to be diligent, who want to make business, who want to do their thing, so to say. And their own house is some kind of a promise. And you should not laugh about a thing like this. I think this is quite normal. You have to give young people a motivation to work, a motivation to stay stable and make their education and work hard. Single-family homes have a very high regional added values, so very often local craftsmen are doing the job, and the money comes to the region, stays in the region, and turns a couple of times in the region. It is a strong motivation of individuals to economically perform. I have mentioned this already. It also contributes to the attachment of the people to one's homeland. So if we remember the presentation of before, to motivate people not to move to Brno or to Prague or to Vienna, but stay in this small town, it is quite important to give them an opportunity to fulfill their dream. And therefore, it is one important issue for stabilization of rural areas. And finally, it is also, at least in Austria, for the state, much cheaper than multi-apartment buildings. So housing associations require much higher subsidies to provide affordable housing than the sector of single-family homes, which basically is financed with own equity and also sweat equity. So what are the conclusions? If home ownership is the preferred type of housing for so many people, we cannot simply ignore this. Being able to afford your own house at some point is a kind of societal promise with an enormous impact on the mindset of young people and their motivation to perform. The single-family home has great political and economic potential for fulfilling the dreams of home ownership, of demographic stabilization, of activation of private capital, and it has a very strong regional value chains. At the same time, there are massive negative impacts which has to be neutralized. But there is a way how to do. We have some good practice, some of you may know. For example, the Garden City in Puchenau, which was designed by Roland Reiner, a famous Austrian architect from post-war time. It has a density of roughly 0.5, and this, I think, is also the density a new typology of single-family homes should have. 0.5 is, in semi-urban areas, quite appropriate from my point of view. We have also a very nice example in Fribourg, Vauban in Germany, where owner-occupied single-family homes were built face-to-face in this way, very individual, and it provides a quite diverse public space, semi-public space in this neighborhood. What are the key points? Much smaller plot sizes than usual. We are talking about roughly 250 square meters per house, but with own property, so not with owner-occupied legal regulations, but full autonomy for the individual plot. There should be some incentives for moderate building size, so I think 100, 120 square meters is quite appropriate. And, of course, it must be within existing settlement boundaries. We come to the diversity. I think it would be quite a good thing to regulate such settlements with a plan, a very precise plan, including the obligation to build on the building site and to build one building after the other. So if you have a a house with, let's say, 80 square meter ground floor, there still would be quite a lot of space for the garden. There could be some additional community-oriented technical solutions, for example, joint heating and cooling infrastructure with boreholes done together, and those boreholes, they provide the individual plots with energy network for heat pumps, which would be quite cost effective and from the ecological point of view, interesting. My last slide about affordability. Cost efficiency could be achieved through the relatively small plot size and the moderate building size, but also through the different ways how to build those buildings. It would not be done by a developer, but there would be the openness that one would do it with an architect, the other would do it by himself, the other would have a prefab house, and like this quite a diverse public space would appear. I think we could also implement a land lease model for those who cannot afford the land, that the municipality or a developer would be owner of the land, and with a land lease of, let's say, 1% of the value of the land per year, it would be given to the households, and they could go into full ownership once they have re-established and repaid big parts of the building. Also, the aspect of cost-effective parking through a collective garage would decrease costs, and of course we would need some support from the public, from municipalities for such a development. I'm at the end of the time, not at the end of my slides, and for this reason I think time efficiency is important, time discipline is important, and for this reason I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. And let's have Ruta Leitenaite from Lithuania. She's an architect, curator, theoretician, but also member of the Architects Chamber of Lithuania. And yeah, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm going to present a new NebLab for housing, and this is the first time when we make it public. So I could not think of a better audience for a small rehearsal, because we will have the official pitching session in 2 weeks at European Bauhaus. So I think that I will not linger on explaining the reasons why housing and affordable housing topic is important. A lot has been said already, and I could just add to the challenges that are financial challenges and also social ones. The challenge in post-crisis territories, where natural disasters or wars are leaving people without homes. So these situations are really requiring fast, resilient, and future-oriented strategies. The scope of the new NebLab will be very different, so we will analyze technologies, architectural solutions, urban plans and strategies, and also include management, participatory process, and community building methodologies. Who are we? So for now, we are just 3 founding partners: Architects Association of Lithuania, Architects Council of Europe, and Kaunas University of Technology, Faculty of Civil Engineering and Architecture, but the list is not extensive. A little bit about the context. Also, many presentations today, and probably you know that a lot is happening at EU level. There are many initiatives. And for example, the Housing Task Force is supporting activities that impact policy making, or Affordable Housing Initiative is financially supporting projects that are directly related with building affordable housing. But some of the topics are not highlighted enough and not analyzed enough. So in this NebLab, we will focus on highlighting the synergies of NEB values: beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive. With inclusion, we mean promotion of participatory processes, ensuring housing affordability, social inclusion, equal accessibility to housing, and also building resilient communities. In sustainability and resilient, we are talking about promotion of circularity, zero carbon construction, energy efficiency, and climate adaptation in both contexts, renovation and the new building. In terms of quality of the space, we talk about embedding architectural and urban design excellence, ensuring that housing contributes to the well-being, sense of identity, and heritage and cultural meaningful development. We will not cover all the areas. This is not necessary. So the lab will serve as the collaborative European platform of experts to analyze, explain, and put in the limelight the best practices of affordable and accessible housing with specific priorities. To first, quality, aesthetic, and beauty, demonstrating that affordability does not mean compromising on design quality. That was shown in the wonderful presentations in the afternoon session and in the morning session. Adaptive reuse, this is not explored enough in the initiatives mentioned above, and the lab will explore whether adaptive reuse can move beyond niche experiments to become a mainstream solution. So I'm looking at you, Doris. Maybe we can work together and prove that it could be like a normal practice. And last but not least is architectural innovation, and I'm looking at Corinne. Because the lab could showcase how innovative materials, processes, and technologies can deliver more sustainable and affordable housing. And there is still a work to be done, especially in encouraging the large-scale uptake of resource-efficient industrialized technologies for construction and renovation. What we will do in the lab? So far, we have several strategical outcomes. First is to create a knowledge hub where we can share experiences, lessons learned, and create some ideas together. Second is collecting and analyzing and promoting best practices of affordable, accessible housing, and I can already say that we are preparing a set of best examples for NEB Festival in spring 2026. And I encourage you to join, and probably the examples that were shown today will be part of the set of the best practices. And then last but not least, mission is to complement the work of the EU Task Force on Housing, particularly in the topics that are not covered by them, but could be covered by us as professional community. And other deliverables, it depends on the community that will participate in this NEB Lab housing. So what's next? I already mentioned we will have pitching session in 2 weeks. It's online, so if you are not recipient of NEB newsletter, then you can look at it in the website, and I really encourage you to join the pitching session. We will be present at NEB Festival 2026 that already has the topic of housing as priority, and I think that is even in the name of the festival. And just encourage you to join us in the pitching session, or later just reach out for us, and I hope that we will provide European politicians and also societies with the best examples who would say that, hey, it's possible, affordable and quality housing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ruta. And next I'm going to ask João Carvalhosa from Lisbon, actually representing Housing of Europe, but also as a mayor of Belém. So he might have also quite vast knowledge about this topic.
Well, good afternoon to you all, and thanks for ACE2 for the invitation for us to be present here. Well, Housing Europe gathers social housing providers across Europe since 1988, managing more than 25 million homes in Europe, so about 11% of the total housing stock. The long history of these entities come from the 19th century, ensuring that the knowledge and experience accumulated over more than a century are the solid rock for the construction of housing and social housing plans for the future. For a long time, we have shared our concern about the housing inequality, access and quality, about the shortage of affordable housing stock and the need for better regulation and laws that can be a positive factor on the activity of housing providers. Instead of negative measures, restrictions, taxation, etc., we need more simple rules, less bureaucracy, and better and accessible financial instruments. At the heart of our action, we find people, families, faces, children, and elderly that need a home to be able to fulfill their dreams, to have the chance to grow on a safe environment that can have the opportunity to go up on the social ladder, where integration and universal access is a reality. Managing a social housing project is not the same as managing a housing one. It requires the human dimension of it. To look at the people's fears and ambitions, to understand their difficulties, and to find strategies that cope their problems and transform them in solutions and in future. That requires a handful of experienced teams that either can help a family to cope with its needs, but also that can look at a building and find it in its solutions for lowering the housing costs, increase the energy efficiency, while reducing energy poverty, and make sure that they last for the generations to come. As we know, 85 to 95% of the buildings that will be in use in 2015 are already built up today. So we need to take care of them. We need to reinvent them in some cases, to transform them, to give them another use when it's possible, like the projects that transform offices and industry into homes. And we need to invest also in new homes to tackle the enormous waiting lists that cities face. But half of the buildings that will exist in 2050 are not built yet, which means that there is a huge opportunity to do it well and prevent the future. By ensuring quality, modern and digital approach, we are able to give an answer to the housing shortage in Europe and promote universal access to all. But as we are talking of social housing, there is a clear paradox with this type of offer and the need we face across Europe and worldwide, which is the low income of families to access houses and the need for a higher quality stock for maintenance and managing. Many countries, not all of them, found some formulas for renting and subsidies that are balanced, but where the help of state through central governments or local authorities is always substantial, either through a direct subsidy to the families, to the providers, by lowering taxes, etc. State has always a key role in the sustainability of a system. But unfortunately, what we observe for many years now is that there is an increasing gap between salaries and housing costs, with the consequences of the increasing need to allocate more resources from public entities to fill this gap, which, as we all know, doesn't happen. As for many years, this was not a political problem, although Housing Europe and many others alerted. The gap increased in such a way that today the task is even more difficult than it could be if the EU and its member states act in time. But again, it's better later than never. And the EU started to open its mind to invest in housing through member states and social housing providers, public, social or cooperatives, allowing for the first time the use of money from EU funds to build and deeply renovate houses. More than that, for the first time, we have a EU Commissioner in charge of housing, and we'll have a EU affordable housing plan. In our point of view, this plan has to focus on, 1, amplify and simplify the funds for housing, especially those related with new buildings, renovation of charge and change of use, either directly from the European Commission or through European Investment Bank and other financial partners. This is an urgent need of housing stock. There is an urgent need of housing stock to respond to the increasing demand. Second, lower the bureaucracy, not only on accessing the funds, but also on permits and many other issues that undermine the building and renovation processes. Third, allow new technologies in all the process of delivering a home. 4, ensure that social housing providers receive the fair amount of money from rent that enable them to make all the maintenance and renovation needed in the stock. 5, give incentives to providers, like fiscal ones, so they can reduce the costs of a family to rent a home. We, the social housing providers, have the knowledge, the competence, and the will to give an effective, fast, and quality answer to the housing crisis. We only need the instruments to do it, and with the collaboration of other partners like the Architects Council of Europe in an European approach, and entities like the Czech Chamber of Architects on a country level, we can solve the housing crisis and give all a decent and affordable home to be happy. Finally, I would like to invite you to the European Responsible Housing Summit that will take place here in Prague next week, and also invite you to the International Social Housing Festival that will take place in Lisbon in June 2027, gathering more than 2,500 housing professionals and researchers from all around the world. Thank you very much.
Joao, please stay on the podium. Thank you very much. And I would also invite Patricia, Petra, Wolfgang to join in the podium. And also Petr Štěpánek is going to join, and also Eugene Panescu also going to join. So the two people you haven't heard before is Petr Štěpánek, Director of the Regional Development, or let's say like responsible for the regional development in our country, and Eugene Panescu representing ACE actually, but also architect and urban planner from Romania. And because you two didn't have a chance to speak, then I would start with you. If you would like to comment or ask a question or add to something which has been said, please do so. So I'll start with Eugene.
Thank you very much. We have the final panel, which is quite full, and it grew in the last moment. It's also a balanced panel in many reasons, but also looking forward, we have seen that all the presentations today from politicians, people of money, architects and planners were looking towards housing as a systemic problem. It's a topic that binds Europe more than perhaps any other, and my take and our guess is that we will take a lead into being the spearhead of solving many other problems, because housing as such is not an alone topic, it's always together with something else, with money, with technology, with land, with environment. And we are looking in our working group in ACE, in housing and urban transformation, as a systemic topic. We don't look at it only as separate solutions, because we have seen in many cases that the separate solutions were there before. Many of the stuff that we discovered now again, like prefabrication, we look at off-site construction like a very new innovative thing, but we had this for so many years, and I appreciated the conference today that took us in a historical and anthropological back mirror, but also looking forward towards housing. So we have almost everything, and it's still not happening. We have to question the systemic problem of housing to see why so many Europeans, old and new, are not having adequate housing solutions and cannot really afford it. These questions have to preoccupy us as architects as well, because otherwise we will be only service providers for others with growing responsibilities and less money. This is a subject that we will attack tomorrow. I'm sorry to bother the conference with this. We're having our General Assembly tomorrow, and in this case, architecture is politics. It's also policies. It's not only architecture. And housing will lead the way. If we can look at housing in an integrated manner, we will be able to have open dialogues with money-moving people, votes-moving people, mayors, and everybody alike, because this is the only subject that really binds Europe together, for better and for worse. So I perhaps will come back and speak again when we discuss the declaration. Perhaps I'm the first one to mention it, but you will know that we have in the program the Declaration of Prague, that we wanted really to integrate all these problems and to be a useful instrument from tomorrow on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Petr Štěpánek also.
This conference is very important because maybe it's next signal for regional leaders that architecture is important, and I think that still it's not enough to explain to regional municipal representation that architecture and urban design is not some additional value, but that is, for example, instrument of social innovation, and that it's something what it's very effective for improvement of quality of life in regions, and our organization is responsible through administration of European funds is responsible for regional cohesion, and good urban planning is something what is available to improve the regional cohesion in Czechia. And by the way, the deficit of regional cohesion is a big problem. Also, the public sector is responsible for setup of some financial instruments like subsidies, loans, and so on. And I see there opportunity for the next program period of EU funds, 2028 plus, because we have a chance to design there, for example, mandatory architecture competitions. And if we will design their mandatory architectural competitions for public investments, the life will be really much better than now. But the truth is that also I'm director of some important organization. My opportunity doesn't represent some majority opinion about it. But it's role of Chamber of Architects and maybe role of audience here to press to public authorities to make it, because, and I know that you know it, that public competition and the accent to quality of architecture and quality of building culture is something that is very important for future efficiency, for competitiveness of Czechia, and so on. And the last point, what I want to say, is that unfortunately we need also educate. We need to educate all stakeholders, but also we have to educate self, because maybe it's necessary to explain that architects are not some decorators, but they are really creators, but not creators of some shapes and design just, but they are creators of new solutions. And I think that this rule is important also for regional development, for competitiveness of region, and for future of Czechia. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the audience, the same thing as in previous panel. If you want, any of you would like to add something or comment on previous work, then please do so. Petra is raising hand. So.
Just very shortly on the educate point, I think it's very, very important, because as I said in my presentation, and I didn't give enough credit to the architect as such, us using the municipal architect now, one of the first things we did is that we cancelled the parking on the historical main square. The biggest problem were the citizens. They wanted to park on the main square. And we really had to explain that it's good for them, that the kids will be able to walk to the music school with no cars around, and that there will be more sitting areas and also more businesses. And it was quite painful. Now, after 2 years, where Mikulo Square is without cars, there is double the amount of restaurants. Houses, the private ones, has been more renovated, because now there's a reason actually why to invest in them even more, and so on and so on. So it is also about education and the acceptance and the will of the citizens to actually demand this quality of life through architecture and public spaces.
Wolfgang, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that I don't give a wrong impression. The single-family home is only a small part of my daily profession. The main part of my work, of my consultancy and research projects is social and affordable housing, and I just wanted to highlight that the change of the services of general economic interest on an EU level will be a paradigm shift on a European level. In Austria, we were able to perform a sector which targets at the majority of population with high quality and affordability, because this was in place already before we entered the European Union in 1995. Today, after the change of the SGEI, it will be possible for all European countries to introduce housing regimes which target not only at vulnerable households but also at middle-income households. This will change the things from scratch, from my point of view.
Anyone? No? Yeah, go ahead.
Just to make the polemic a little bit bigger. I think in the housing issues, Europe is still a little bit divided, but it's a divide in a good way, and the conference today also proves it, that we can learn from each other. We had different pasts. I come from a socialist country, which has become a hard capitalist country, and this has hurt housing more than anything else, also environment and all the other sectors. And especially the fact that the state as a whole was afraid to regulate anymore. After 50 years of communism where everything was regulated, and this has produced bad and good results, the state was afraid to regulate and has retracted from the society and left the society to deal with everything alone. And we have now results that take so much time now to repair that we look at the lessons of other countries with envy somehow. No? We look at models from other capitalist countries that were managing to regulate all the time and were not afraid to regulate. So in my view, looking at the systemic problem of housing is looking at our societies to be able to learn and to import solutions, not for us architects or others to be more smarter, to be able to discuss in conferences, but to really put pressure on our national and local politicians first. This is what ACE is for, and these are our, if we look at the whole groups of society, I know who to pick, to insist first, to adopt and to put pressure and to adopt other types of solutions than before, because otherwise we will look at Europe struggling to renovate. The national building renovation plans that are due to be drafted at the end of the year are facing incredible money gaps. So the target in renovating the housing stock is now known. The financial need, it's overpassing so incredibly much everything that the state has that we have to look at other solutions to produce money, to accelerate, to catalyze, to bring private money inside, but to connect it with quality. So I think it's going to be very exciting years ahead, where we need really this type of closeness of having the groups always together and try to make the few exceptions that we have, the good ones, to make it a little bit more palatable for their fellows, you know, to be able that it's possible and to see that quality also brings votes. It's always a tipping point. We're not there yet, but we look at the tipping point where quality and affordability will also bring some votes.
Joao will have a chance to speak at the very end, so I'm going to ask Patricia, because for her it's the last chance to say something.
Okay. I just wanted to address one thing to make it stronger, that it's also about long-term value, because right now we are aware that we are in a crisis. We need to make it efficient and fast, but we also need to look at the values that are produced up in front of us, like in terms of education as well. If we build better communities, then we spend less on health, we spend less on education, because inclusive communities can take some of the efforts that we have to pay for right now. So I think it's very important to balance that. And one more thing about affordability, because I think it's quite important in the discourse of single family, multifamily, and types of solutions, is also what actually affordable housing means for each of the state member countries. Because I think this one is like the baseline that we need to have in mind, that what is actually and for whom we are designing affordable housing. Is it for the low-income families, or is it for mid-income families? Because it might differ, and I think we should sort of set a base on that.
There's one question from the audience, and I think like any one of you can react. Basically, I'm gonna reformulate a bit. He says like, okay, we speak about housing a lot, but Eugene touched that it's not isolated issue. It's like related to so many other things. But he's specifically asking like, would you consider like some kind of like enhanced industrial development and specifically job creation in the regions to encourage people to actually live in there? So yeah, it's true that, you know, like there was an issue that we didn't spoke much about today. So if you feel like to add something to that topic, please, any one of you. Go ahead.
Just very briefly, yes. What if you want to attract new citizens, at least from my experience, is definitely education. Number one, do you have enough quality, enough space in the kindergartens and in the schooling system? Second, healthcare. Is there an infrastructure? How far does it take to the doctor? And the third thing is cultural life, community life, cultural life. So this is something that if you have these things, then only you become pensable for the people to actually think to move, to live in that place, and then comes the fact, can we find a living there? Can we rent? Can we buy?
Anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I spoke so little in this conference yet. I think that the question is very good because it binds an industry. Housing is the target of the construction industry, perhaps now more than anything else after COVID. No? The whole office market collapse, the logistic market is about to, it's complicated, but housing is still there and it's going to grow, and the needs for housing are growing because of many reasons in almost all countries, even the ones with shrinking population, even in very small cities like yours. So the link between housing and the construction industry is extremely direct, and the construction industry is waiting also for advice and to see where the market goes. It's not the enemy, it's in a way the friend, because they can provide with innovation exactly the solutions to make it more achievable. Partly, I know it was, I'm looking at you with your panel, and I agreed and disagreed to some of the things you said, but we can discuss afterwards, about losing trades. The trades which are part of the industry, the small industry, the crafts and the trades, these have their place in the industrial big bubble. So we are there and we can provide advice together, not alone, but together with all the other groups to see how the construction industry plays the same game. Because otherwise we will, to your question, it's going to be like before, like now. Quality is expensive, cheap is no quality. So we have to close the gap, and the only way to close this opening, always opening gap, is by regulation. And I look at politicians for that. It's only regulation. It's not a bottom-up. The only thing that's bottom-up is dissatisfaction. But it's a top-down job at European level, and we hope that the Parliament and the committee and all the committees now in the 14th hour of the day have realized that this is a portfolio in the Commission. No? And the other pillar is the industry, which moves a lot of money and jobs and work. So these are all bound together, and it's not so difficult to bond them together. They need only models, and we can provide some models of quality. We have seen some of the examples today, but we have to transform them again from exceptional projects and exceptions into a type of more open practice. Thank you very much.
Wolfgang?
One small other aspect, it's not only the construction industry which benefits strongly from the construction from housing, but it is industry and economy in total. If you lower housing costs, you have a competitive advantage for your industry because your workers can do the job at a lower wage. So you can reduce your production costs if you are able to provide decent and affordable housing, not only in the big cities, but there where the factories are.
Joao, please.
Thank you. Just a note that, as we all know, housing, the money invested in houses, in construction, is multiplied in the economy for, I don't know, for many times. But it's a contribution to the development of the territories. And this is very important because in many housing systems, like in Portugal, for example, where I come from, the housing system brings an unequal territorial development because it's based on the municipal money, for example, and of course the big municipalities who have a lot of money can do housing. The small municipalities cannot produce housing, so they cannot develop their territories. So this is very important to have an equal territorial approach on housing, on trying to develop not the big cities but also the mainland, the countrysides.
Okay, there's a last chance to have one question from the audience if you want. If not, thank you. Then thank you very much. Okay, sorry. Oh, there. Sorry, I haven't seen it.
Thank you. Construction, housing construction still is addressed by the industry to ask for cheap land instead of focusing on refurbishment and focusing on low-density areas. And how can we advise on that? That industry is adapting to the needs of today and the problems we have, multiple problems which are the land use and in general high expenses on housing costs.
Anyone who likes to respond to like the obvious pressure for new development on cheap land, which I think is absolutely clear. I think it has a lot to do with what Wolfgang has been saying.
Yes, of course. If we want to have a higher focus on refurbishment instead of new construction on green land, it is important to change the framework conditions also on a technological point of view. If you compare new construction and refurbishment, you have all the advantages on the side of new construction. Less risk, all freedom of design, all freedom of parking, all freedom of fulfilling the wishes of your clients. If you go into refurbishment, you have to handle with a stock and you do not know what is behind the surface of the wall. You do not, it's hardly possible to warrant a price. It's very difficult to make fixed price for refurbishment projects. It is, you're bound with the ground plan, you're bound with sound insulation. So a lot of disadvantages if you go into refurbishment, and to change this situation and to switch from new construction to refurbishment, you have to handle those barriers in refurbishment. I think that innovation will make a big difference in this respect. For example, diagnosis of the situation in a room where you can look inside the walls without destroying them. Things like this.
Eugene, please.
I will say something else, but I wanted to complete what you say. The part of the answer to this is taxation. To make renovation more palatable is taxation, it's clear, and then fast tracking for planning. in urban design, but also in architectural design. So this, we are looking into this, and also with cautious, because always fast tracking leaves open gap for low quality as well. But what I wanted to say that how we live together, and it was put on screen in several presentations, how we want to live tomorrow and together and so on, it's a cultural problem. It's not a technological problem, it's not a financial problem, it's not a political problem, it's a cultural problem, it's a culture of society. Then we have to look more into how we want to live together from the cultural point of view. There we will find solution and the empathy between people who can afford something and people who cannot afford something. And only like this we can also look through the economy. We know that €1 invested in culture produces between countries from 10 to 20. No? It was a calculation in one of the presentations how much €1 invested in housing will produce. And we have to look at the models where we don't know where we will find it. Not in the banking system only, but also in the culture.
Excuse me, it's a typical question where it's clear that the difficult problem has no easy solution. And excuse me, it's really not impossible to answer in general, because any project has different costs, and we get support to thousands projects that was based on reconstruction and 1,000 projects that was new buildings. And we can compare it, we can compare just it individually, so there is no general answer. I'm sorry.
Well, that's a nice ending to this panel. Okay, I'll see one last question, and then we have to finish with the closing remarks. Yeah?
I think finally it's also a kind of mindset. It's a little bit what you said. It's easier to make a new building than to make a refurbishment. But I think we have to educate people also that not only the easiest way is the best way. So if you have 5 minutes to take an SUV to bring our kids to school instead of going 15 minutes by foot, I think this is a little bit the question behind. Yeah? It's just an example. And therefore it's a kind of education also to and of culture, what Eugene said, to develop a new culture. This is very difficult because we have a lot of barriers in our heads, in our experiences, also in our architectural offices in the industry and so on. But I think this is the point we have to think of and to take serious. It's a little bit perhaps idealistic, but I think this is the point we have to turn around. Otherwise, we will continue as we did it till today. We speak about all these items, not since yesterday, but for 30 years, 40 years, and so on. And we can continue because it's very comfortable. We knew the arguments, we know the points. That's what I want to say.
Let me answer you very quickly. I do very often speak with kids, and many times I spoke with kids of age of like 8 to 10, and from time to time I ask them how they want to live. And very often they say in a single family home with a garden. And then I say, let me speak for 1.5 hours about why I think it's not a great idea. And they keep listening and they open eyes like this.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much for this. The discussion could continue, I think, on, and I think it will continue also in the evening and stuff like that. But now we are coming to the closing remarks. So please, I ask you to leave the podium. They don't want to leave the podium. João can stay, actually. So we have 3 guys at the end, Jan Kassel, Karl Beckstrand, and João Carvalhosa. And they're going to deliver, let's say, the final closing remarks of the conference. And I think many of you know that they would like to present something together. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Adam. Before we start some closing remarks, I just would draw attention to Prague Declaration if you didn't find it. So just go to QR code of the program, and on the first page of the program on our mobile, you have the declaration. You go through it. you have a link to this affordable and quality housing for our Prague Declaration. I have to thank everybody who was not only preparing the conference that will come in the end, but all the teams, Czech and ACE team, to discuss these documents, Housing Europe as well. Thank you. We had a lot of comments, and we have the document which is a result of several let's say, series of discussion. Together, all three of us would like to just maybe highlight 4 main areas where the Prague Declaration is focused on, or on which is focused, and we would like to ask you, or everybody who is participating at the conference, to use it like evangelium to go, to show, to persuade your local politicians, to persuade your colleagues to go to your chambers of architects, etc., to spread these ideas from this Prague conference, because it's important and it's urgent. So I will ask maybe Karl, Joel.
Oh, thank you very much. Let me tell you, it's the second time that I'm in Prague for a declaration. And the first time was in 2016, where we gathered here to talk the European countries to prepare the Habitat 3 conference in Quito in Ecuador that was in 2015, where I was there also representing Housing Europe. And one of the things that came out from Prague and that was incorporated in the final declaration of Habitat 3 was exactly for the first time affordable houses. So that was not in the final declaration of Quito in the beginning, but due to the European movement and many of us that forced it in the good sense, it was included in the United Nations Declaration. So thank you, Prague, for this. And I'll just want to highlight 3 things. One is that the housing dignity and the need to decrease inequality. That's one point that we would like to emphasize. The other one is that there is already experience, knowledge in our members, in architects, and everybody knows how to do it. And so there's need to be some will to do it, and we need to have instruments to do it, because it's possible to do it. And so together, Housing Europe, ACE, and the Czech bodies like Czech Chamber of Architecture, etc., we together can do it, and we can help to change many lives across Europe.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah, my 3rd time in Prague, but the first one with a declaration. So, yeah, as said, I think those 4 areas that you see on the screen, and if you go on the QR code, you will find then a number of calls that we then think that could be raised to the EU, but also to the member states, are really answering some of those questions that has come up today. And I really will encourage all of us here to use this as a tool in order to make this affordable quality housing for all becoming real. Because this is, as said, something that is now starting. We need to start implementing this, because we are launching it today, and the hard work really starts now. And again, I think what we have heard all today, the morning and in the afternoon, is also showing a lot of those best practices. And again, coming back to this, we need to share our experiences and lessons learned from history and also from today maybe, but I mean there are many, many good examples and innovative, but we need to do that even more, and we need to do it together. And again, so happy that we're doing this together, I mean with Housing Europe and with the Czech Chamber of Architects, and now I'm looking forward that we will do this with all other chambers around Europe. We're talking and taking action on affordable and quality housing for all. And I think also worth mentioning is that we are saying affordable and quality housing for all. And sustainability is in fact part of affordability and quality, because we know that if it's not sustainable, it's not affordable in the long run. So sustainability is really embedded in this topic. So thank you all, and I'm not sure if there are some for the rest of the
closing remarks.
Yeah. So thank you, Jan.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank to every speaker, all of you who are presenting your experience, your good practice examples, everybody who was bringing ideas. It was a very fruitful day, and I believe that it's more or less, I was starting with my opening remarks, and somehow I feel like echo from the whole day, still saying same words. Quality is not a luxury. Without affordability doesn't work, without sustainability, etc., etc. And equality of housing, the right to live, to have a shelter, all that sounded here. So I'm quite satisfied after half a year of hard work of our staff, and now it's time to thanks. I would like to thank to all boards of Czech Chamber of Architects, and I would like to mainly thank to members of both secretariats. So I would be very happy to get Julia Deichmann and Ota. Sorry. Come in. And I would like to have Monika Pohanková, and I would like to have Lida. Lida, Monika, please come in. And we should have something from the back, if it's possible.
Also, let me thank you. To everyone who participated, who presented, and also to you that you've been listening to this. I've got two more things to say. One is there is a gala for prizes of Czech Chamber of Architects this evening. I believe that all of you are invited. We should be there at 7 p.m. The other thing is, let me thank heartfully to the interpreters, because without them this would not be happening. And let me apologize that we are running late, so it took us 4 minutes later than it should be. Yeah, thank you very much.